nitrogen? We now recognize that birds are dinosaurs. What I study is the long, deep evolution of birds from Mesozoic dinosaurs.
The very concept is unimaginable. Why, if that happened, we wouldn't have a chance. How could we possibly hope to fight them?
We couldn't, you're right. You're right, Mrs. Bundy.
Hurry up, children. Finish your lunch.
Are the birds gonna eat us, Mommy?
Birds have been on this planet since Archaeopteryx, 140 million years ago. Doesn't it seem odd that they'd wait all that time to start a war?
Who said anything about a war? All I said's...
Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter on the planet.
Look at the gap.
That's not bad for a quadruped. You gotta check your mirrors, just side of your eye. Side of your eye.
Success.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Is there music? Watch out, Mini Pie. There we go. It's good to have everybody here today. She is on a tear right now, so I apologize. She was climbing all over me just a second ago. But welcome, everybody. Happy Thursday Birds Day to all of you. And I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream today. I don't have that much fossil news to cover, I suppose, but I do need to get something done today. Something I've been telling myself I was going to do for a while, and why don't I just do it on stream so it actually gets done? I'm going to start to teach myself how to sculpt using Blender as a program. It's a very powerful free software. We're going to start figuring that out today so I can move my dinosaur sculpting operation from this other super old program that's no longer supported into Blender, which is much more feature-rich. So we'll be doing that today. Also be doing some Q&A, maybe going over a little bit of fossil news, and then later we'll get into Thursday Birthday too. So get those bird photos in now. for anybody who might be new here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. A paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils, as you probably know already. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, and mostly what I talk about here on stream. But we go all over the place with our discussions, whatever you happen to be curious about with regard to the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. As long as there have been organisms doing their thing and leaving behind fossils for us to find, those questions are welcome. Whether it's about dinosaurs in particular, my research wheelhouse, or whether it's about ancient mammals, ancient non-tetrapod fishes, whether it's about, well, just about anything. Broader concepts too: evolution, extinction, the origins of biodiversity, the very nature of science itself. Whatever you're curious about, we're here to talk about it. So welcome to Paleontologizing. I think I gotta pay up here because Mini Pie, I think she's out of wet food upstairs, so she's particularly eager to get some treats, huh? Yeah. Let's make that happen, huh? Yeah. And hello, Marika. Hello, it's Babe Ruthless. Hello, Claire Burr, Charlie's Dragon, Golganak, Harry Vetch, Suave Oreo, Toddy Waddy, Lenina. Good to see everybody here. Welcome, welcome. It's gonna be kind of a loosey-goosey stream today. Hope you're okay with that. And, yeah, that's why we're streaming in the art category. Dorian Gray, I like your username. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. But yeah. Let's get some treats for you, huh? Would you like that? Oh, she's just happy to get attention right now. Ios is away at work at the office. Lordy has been resting all day. She's trying to get over this stomach bug. So we might have a lot of cat activity on today's stream. I suspect that will be the case. But anyway, let's get some treats for Mini Pie here. Would you like that? I think she would. Something tells me that's what she's after. Ooh. She's hitting the buttons on the soundboard. Aren't you? Yeah. Oh, look. There we go. Hey. Is that not what you want? You're a mystery, Mini Pie. You're a mystery. What is it that you want? What is it that you want? Huh? Oh, you want those? Okay. She can't appear too eager, you know, she's a cat after all. None of this dog stuff. Or she can express enthusiasm. No, couldn't have that. Good stuff. I wonder if anybody in chat actually has any experience with Blender as a program. Because I don't really. I'm going to be learning the very basic controls for this program today. And, yeah. It should hopefully be a really good tool for doing a lot of the sculpting work and modification of 3D printing files and stuff like that I already do. So I'm excited to learn it. I've heard it's extraordinarily feature-rich, almost to a fault. So, that's gonna be good. Yeah. Wonder Program Infinite Fun, says Alternative Process. Or an alternative an iterative process. Excuse me, that's a capital I, not an L. An iterative process. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. I like iterative processes. Streaming is one of those. No one stream is perfect. No one stream ever feels like it's... I never feel like I'm ready when I hit the go live button, start streaming button, but you know what? You get better time after time. And that's just kind of how it works. Yeah. Yeah, not Blender. Oh, Paleo Entertainment. Hey, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah. So, this will be good today. This will be good. And, Minipie, do you want some more treats? Are you holding out for more? Alright, because I'm going to need some of this space on my desk here for my draw pad and everything. It's not a big fancy draw pad, but it takes up a little bit of space. Want a little bit more? Oh, look at all those. It's too many. There we go. What do you think, Mini Pie? Yeah. What, you've had enough? You just here to be on camera? Is that your angle? Is that your deal today? Oh. Yeah, feed the beast. I did, P. Campos. She doesn't want to eat. The beast is, Oh. Can she be enticed? Let's see. There you go. Ooh. Yeah. Crunch those up. They're good for your teeth. Yeah. Look, you left it. There you go. Oh, almost. You should eat that. Clean Plate Club, Mini Pie. Clean Plate Club, look. Well, never mind. Makes keeping my desk space clean difficult sometimes, just having bits of cat treats and cat dander and cat hair all over the place, but it's a small price to pay to live with such a noble and fearsome carnivorous mammal. But yeah, she is beautiful. You're right, old Mama Dragon. Good to see you, by the way. Yeah. Anywho, Pablo is on Twitch, says, my biggest issue with sculpting dinosaurs has always been how to figure out the musculature. Can you recommend any sources for muscle anatomy? Yeah, I can. I mean, before you start thinking about the muscle, you gotta start thinking about the osteology, the skeletal anatomy. And, here. Scott Hartman has got one of the best resources online in terms of, well, dinosaur skeletals. So this is what we call a skeletal, for short. It's a skeletal diagram. So a reconstruction of the silhouette of a dinosaur based on its skeletal morphology, based on the anatomy of its skeleton. Put in a, kind of lifelike pose. With a lot of these, Scott will take what's known from the skeleton and then leave the parts blank that are unknown, like here for Allosaurus jamadsoni. But yeah, that's a skeletal. This is an excellent starting point if you want to reconstruct an extinct animal like a non-avian dinosaur based on fossil evidence. If you can find a skeletal that someone has done, Scott Hartman does some of the best anywhere. It's an excellent place to start. Sometimes you can actually find skeletal skeletals that are kind of muscle wrapped. Greg Paul has done a lot of these in the past. There we go. Like here. In fact, yeah, reconstructing extinct vertebrates. I'll give you a link to this right here. This is a PDF online for free. Gregory S. Paul and Terry L. Chase. Dissection and study of various modern animals will help the artist to build an understanding and appreciation of body structure. Familiarity with relationships among organs, skeletal structure, muscles, fat deposits, and skin can be applied judiciously to reconstruction of extinct forms. It is further important to know where muscles are attached, how they change shape when body parts move, and how thick they are when probed with a needle. People who are really, really into reconstructing extinct organisms sometimes get really into dissection too. I've never been one of those people. I get very squeamish about dissections. To the point where, like, this is why I don't eat meat. To the point where, like, taking a steak knife and cutting steak, like, physically hurts me. It's like, it's just something about that is, it's like I'm cutting my own thigh open or something. It's like there's a physical revulsion there. I'm not good at dissections. It's not for me. But other people who are good at that will often produce resources that I can benefit from. So, here, Greg Paul's got some examples here of kind of the reconstruction process of an organism like this, and there should be... There we go. Muscle restoration of the Tyrannosaur Albertosaurus libratus, which I think is now Gorgosaurus libratus, right? With superficial and major contour muscles shown. Right there. I think there are a few things that might be changed nowadays, like the caudal femoralis muscle that runs from the femur to the transverse processes on the caudal vertebrae. I don't know if that's really represented here in the way that it should be nowadays. In fact, some of Greg Paul's more recent work, I think, takes some of this stuff into account. But yeah. If you're looking for a resource on, well, as the title says, reconstructing extinct vertebrates is a great place to start. And again, link is right there. And Matt Dempsey also makes some really good muscle diagrams. Thank you, Paleo Entertainment. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I saw his Pteranodon the other day on Blue Sky. Really good stuff. Here's his page on ArtStation. Sketchy Raptor is his username on a bunch of different platforms. But, yeah, good stuff. Triceratops right there. There's some sort of little speedo, small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. Hypsilophodon, in fact. Yeah, Tyrannosaurus skeleton. Stegosaurus life reconstruction. Good stuff. Yeah. Very good news work. Absolutely, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. I don't know. And once you get kind of well acquainted with other artists' reconstructions of dinosaur musculature, if you're not the sort of person who's going to go do dissections yourself to learn how the muscles work, to actually like pull them apart and cut them open and everything in extant animals, I don't do that. You can sometimes benefit from that work that's been done by other people. So I've done sculpts before, like this guy right here. This is Alora Titan, which is a hadrosaur, duck-billed dinosaur from Russia. And I sculpted this years ago and then 3D printed it. So all of the sculpting that I do is digital. Because I do a lot of 3D printing as well, and it's just a really nice way to be able to do the same sculpts again and again without having to just like sculpt the physical object over and over again. Does that make make sense? Anyway, but a lot of the musculature here, I kind of surmised by looking at the skeletons of various duck-billed dinosaurs, various lamiosaurs, looking at how other artists have sculpted these critters, and so, you know, I give it kind of a thicker neck like this. I wanted the neck to be kind of turning for a more dynamic posture, and so the cross-section of the neck is kind of skewed. I wanted to have kind of a fluid look, where it's kind of like turning its head like this. All the muscles are kind of responding in kind. So yeah, I don't know. This is using a really, really basic program called Sculptress, which has been my standard up until now. And I'd really like to switch to Blender, because Sculptress is very, very limited in what it can do. Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. And Joe Wingy says, read an article today about how an ancestor of our modern ducks survived the mass extinction event. Yeah, galliform birds. They're one of those groups that that made it through the KPG. It's interesting to think about. But anyway, yeah. This guy up here, this Trirarchuncus, Hell Creek Alvarezsaur, is one that I sculpted years ago here on stream. Let's see if I can find the VOD there, and I'll show you this old program that I've been using for years and years called Sculptress. Go.
So yeah, pretty excellent stuff. I don't know what I did there, so I'm gonna close.
In this program, you start off with a sphere.
I don't know what key I pressed.
Like I was doing right there.
Professional sculpting software. Concept artists and, you know, CG artists and all kinds of people who do like digital sculpting, they use ZBrush. Think of ZBrush kind of like Photoshop, you know? Super feature dense, very feature rich. It's got a million zillion different, you know, tools and features and everything else. But there's a big learning curve and it's complicated.
Oh yeah.
If ZBrush is Photoshop, then Sculptress here is Microsoft Paint. Very stripped down, very simple, and it's got everything I need for doing some quick sculpting and producing.
And it is good for sculpting things from scratch, but if you want to import a file in order to be able to modify it, say that you find a file online that you'd like to 3D print, and there's a bunch of things wrong with it. You can't really do that with Sculptress. It's very limited in what you can import. It's got to be exactly the right file format, and it has to be a small enough file. It has to have, I don't know, like a minimum number of vertices or whatever they call it. It can't be a big complex file. So Sculptress is great for kind of learning how to sculpt digitally, which I've already done. I was able to turn that sphere into...
I love it. Sorry?
Into this.
Here's what we got so far. I just started this today. We're just in the very beginning stages. But it's starting to look like an Alvarezsaurid dinosaur, right?
So I kind of continue with that throughout the rest of the stream.
We're going to open it back up. And maybe whatever was going wrong with it. Yeah.
There we go. So I was eventually able to turn that
I have all the
into...
basic details done, and I start to do the feathering. Then I can get to a point where I can actually turn off bilateral symmetry and start to pose it. So I can 3D...
Which I did right here. So this is the end result from that. Right here. After I'd 3D printed it, and glued it together and painted it. It's supposed to look like it's bronze. That's the idea. But it's just, you know, 3D printer filament. It's plastic. This is the sort of thing that I do. Been doing this for years now, but I've been increasingly unsatisfied with Sculptress as a program. Not to mention that it's now completely unsupported. You can't get updates for it. I'm lucky that I have an exe file that I can use, but it's really difficult to track down nowadays. And also, I've got beef with the parent company now too. It was purchased by a company called Maxon, and it's essentially just like a scam sort of thing. Where like, I don't know, if you want to purchase ZBrush, they make it extremely difficult to cancel it, and even after you cancel it, sometimes they still charge you. So they did that for a number of years without me noticing. And I lost an obscene amount of money during that. And then you ask for a refund, and they go, oh, well, we switched parent companies, and our new parent company, they don't do refunds anymore. I did not have access to the program. It was not installed on my machine. And still, they just charge you month after month after month. Terrible business practices. Not a fan. So I don't want to get into the whole ZBrush ecosystem. I don't want to give them my money. I don't want to learn how to use... I don't want to learn all of these controls that are specific to ZBrush. I'm going with Blender instead. Blender is open source. It's free. There are a tremendous number of professionals around the world who use it for various disciplines. Animation, sculpting, stuff associated with 3D printing or game design or, visual effects for all kinds of different stuff. Blender really is where it's at, but has a reputation for being tricky. So yeah. Paleo Entertainment says the Dino Fuzz must have been a pain. It took a while to work on, but, I think it came out okay. Yeah. The ZBrush UI is awful. I could never get used to it, says Pablo is on Twitch. Yeah. Sculptress was wonderful. I really, really liked it, but that was years ago. I think they stopped supporting it around 2014 or something like that, maybe even earlier. Yeah. Harry says generate proxy credit cards for subscriptions. That way you can cancel the card if they give you a hassle. Yeah. Shouldn't have done. But, here, before we open up Blender...
Narrative use.
Let's see... some of you might be familiar with Captain Disillusion on YouTube. He once gave a presentation at a Blender conference. And I want to find the part where he talks about the workflow and how easy it is to use. I think he used the word intuitive. There we go. Yeah, I love that I could just search things in the transcript now. Makes my life so much easier.
Come up to me after the show. I'm happy to talk to professionals, to amateurs alike. Actually, speaking of amateurs, I hope you'll indulge me. It's a little off topic, but I need to get something off my chest. You guys in this room, we're already here. We love Blender. We don't need convincing. But I want to talk to the people at home, maybe watching the live stream, who might have downloaded Blender once, might have tried it, and they didn't stick with it because they felt that Blender is not very user-friendly, not intuitive. Okay, where do I begin? You are wrong, okay? And I'm happy to prove it to you any day of the week, okay? Take any aspect of the workflow, anything, like something as complex as materials, okay? Handling materials, shading. This can sometimes be convoluted in other software, not in Blender. It couldn't be easier. So let's just go through it real quick. Say you have your model, you're happy with it, but you don't want it to look like it's made out of dental clay or whatever. You want to give it a nice material. All you have to do is go over to the Materials tab, click this little plus button, and it will add a new material, as well as a material slot above which lists the material which is listed below. Okay?
Okay.
So now, stay organized, rename your material into something that makes sense, and you'll see that the material slot got renamed as well. That's because materials have names. Material slots don't really have names. They just reflect the names of the materials that are listed within them. But don't worry about that. Just set some basic settings in the control panel below. If you need a little bit more control, you can go to a different control panel called the node editor. Spend a few days in there, get it exactly the way you want, and then you're done. It's simple. Yeah.
I don't know any of this stuff yet.
If you want your object to just have the one solid material, you're done. If you want more than one material, don't worry. You can do that too, okay? Just go into edit mode on the object, select the geometry, click this little plus button, it'll add another material slot. It won't be automatically populated by new material, so you gotta go down and press that little plus button again, it'll create the new material. Now, if you try to rename this material the same thing as an experiment, you can't, because every material in a Blender scene has to have a unique name. But multiple material slots can list the same material within them, in which case they will all be called the same thing, but that's not confusing. All right, don't say that. And anyway, in our case, we do want a different material. So we've got to create a new material, but don't click that plus button. That plus button is not like this plus button over here. That plus button does not create a new thing. It duplicates the thing that is currently listed. But sometimes you do want to do that. You don't want to start from scratch. Just go ahead and click that and modify the material that's there in the node editor for a few more days. And then, when you're happy with it, you'll see that nothing has happened. And that's because you weren't paying attention and you didn't click assign. All right? We're almost there. We're almost there. So go ahead, reselect the geometry, click assign. Nothing has happened, of course, because you weren't paying attention again, because when you reselected the geometry, it selected its old material, so nothing happened. You assigned the old material. So select the new material, and then click assign, and then you're done, okay? It worked. Now, it's okay. I understand there is a learning curve, and if by the end of this process, through trial and error, you accidentally created a few extra materials that you didn't mean to create, and you don't want them around, you might want to know how to get rid of them, well, you can't, okay? Don't be such a baby, all right? In software development, deleting is just a concept, okay? It doesn't, some software might have a delete button, and when you click it, a thing disappears, but it's not really gone, okay? It's not gone from the memory. All right? Right? Am I right, Tom? So in Blender, we choose not to go through that charade. Okay? You can't delete unused materials. If you really want your unused materials gone, be a grown-up and restart Blender, shut it down, restart it again, and then the materials will be gone. Of course, any other unused materials that you might have wanted to keep around will be gone as well. But is that really the fault of Blender? Or is it the fault of the user who didn't think, didn't plan ahead, and didn't flag each unused material that they wanted to keep around by simply clicking a button next to it, intuitively labeled F.
So anyway, you get the idea. We're really taking a leap jumping into this program. But this should be really useful for sculpting, for 3D printing. And for modifying files that I would like to 3D print. So say I make a photogrammetric model of a fossil or something like that. And I want to be able to print it, but it's not really perfect, and I'd rather not print it in an imperfect way, and then...
Step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die.
Anakin Gabriel, thank you for the 14 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It seems our alerts are still malfunctioning, where it's doing the TTS before the alerts are done. But anyway, I appreciate your ongoing support, Anakin Gabriel. Thanks for keeping me here online. Yeah. Trek Nerd says Blender is overkill if you ask me, but use what works for you. I don't have an alternative, really. I already use Sculptress, but Sculptress is not sufficient for some of the tasks that I want to do. Blender is free, and I feel like, I can figure this out. I'm not going to use all of the features in it. But if I can learn just the basics of sculpting and modifying files, gold. Yeah. You'll like Blender once you get used to it, says Gojira. I hope so. Yeah. Anyhow. It feels like a superpower, says Dorian Gray. Yeah, kind of like Photoshop. It took me years and years and years to get to the point that I am now with Photoshop. I started learning it back when I was about 11 years old. And now I can do all kinds of things. I might not know the correct way to do things, but there's always interesting workarounds and like ways to kind of brute force stuff. I feel like I want to get to that same, maybe not the same level of proficiency in Blender, but I want to be on that same track, you know? So let's open up the program here. There we are. It's opening up. And I'm going to open up a tutorial. And
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Trek Nerd, 50 months of support right there. Holy cow, Trek Nerd. I really appreciate you keeping me here online for that long. It's tremendous. Good stuff, Trek Nerd. Appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Does Blender have any AI generation? I hope not. Yeah. I don't want that garbage. Here's a tutorial that I found here. Yeah, this guy doing not quite a self-portrait, but let's get started here with this. And if you'd like to follow along at home, here's a link. This is from Grant Abbott, or apparently Gabbett for short. There we go. He's very kindly offered up this tutorial to the world on YouTube. We're going to take a look. Oh, and let me get my draw pad ready, too. I don't have a really fancy one. Just,
The semicolons just gifted.
well, hang on a second. Holy moly! Semicolons! Phenomenal.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Holy moly. Semicolons. That is extraordinary. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for that. You're already a VIP on this channel. Of course you are. Thank you, Semicolons, for that support. We are 4 subs away from our goal for the week. Spectacular. 50 gift subs. 50. 50. There's 50 people in the chat who won't have to watch any ads for the next month. And thank you, Lenina, for that gift sub. Phenomenal. Mudman, thank you for the 21 months there, too. Brilliant. Spectacular. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And Claire Burr, we'll keep that there for now, at least. I want to... I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I also might want to call a bunch of commands at some point, also. I feel like we've got a lot. But yeah. Semicolons. 50 chatters. 50 chatters won't have to worry about any ads for the next month. 50 times 30 days. That's 1,500 days of ad-free paleontologizing viewing. It's extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Semicolons. That's brilliant. It really, really is. Holy moly. Thanks for helping make these streams possible with your support. It means an awful lot to me. It really does. Seriously. Right, let's get into this here. And let's start this learning curve, shall we?
Do you want to be able to sculpt amazing and fun faces like this? Then follow along with me in this.
I feel like this guy also has an amazing and fun face. I don't know, he's got a lot of character in his face. Yeah. I might do a face like this just following along in the tutorial, but the point is to be able to do life reconstructions of dinosaurs. So that's kind of our end goal with this.
Do you want to be able to sculpt amazing and fun faces like this? Then follow along with me in this complete beginner's guide to sculpting in Blender. We'll have you mastering the sculpting tools in no time. If it's your very first time opening Blender, then it's a good idea to check out my complete beginner's guide playlist to get used to the interface if you're struggling with this video at all. Now it's worth mentioning before we start that I'm using a display tablet so I can draw on my screen and it's nice and easy. You can also use a basic graphics tablet like this that does
Basic? That one's got way more buttons than mine does. Shoot. I mean, look at mine. This is the simplest Wacom tablet that I could get. I really like simplicity in this kind of form, and I like that it's small because it's portable. I can bring it with me when I'm traveling, and I can just stow it down there next to my PC tower when I want to. But this is what I'm working with here. It is, I don't know if it's the Wacom Bamboo or what, but I really prefer the simpler ones like this. Ones that have a screen. That I've tried those before at like some friends, and I just don't like it. I like to be able to have my keyboard and my tablet side by side like this, so that I can, I don't know, I can do all the hotkeys and everything, and I like the workflow a lot better for that kind of thing. So, yeah, lucky for me, the simple cheap one is the one that I prefer.
Doesn't have a screen, it's just a little bit more awkward to use, but still very effective. You can also use a mouse, it's just much easier with a tablet, but you can still get some really good results. The pen that comes with a tablet should have buttons.
The majority of people who do research in paleontology consider themselves to be detectives in a sense. But part of the joy of our field is being able to go out and put together clues that sometimes are extremely obscure.
Lenina, thank you for your support. I appreciate you working out. We got to our sub goal. That's it. 145. Oh yeah. Thank you. And thank you, Niffler, for the 100 bits. Beautiful. Yeah, almost made it to a level 7 hype train. Phenomenal. Thank you again. Very, very, very much the semicolons for that big 50 gift. That was extraordinary. I don't have the same setup that this guy does here, but presumably he's a professional. You know, I'm just a paleontologist trying to learn how to sculpt. So let's continue.
You'll want to set the first button, button 1, to middle mouse button. That way you can easily move around your object. If you have 2 buttons, then you'll want to set the second one to right click. That's what I use the most, but I hardly use that, to be honest. So let's get started.
So let's see if I have that already. Here we go. Middle. Okay, that's not, I don't have that set. So let me figure out how to do that real quick. Yeah, let's figure out why my, that's odd. My music button stopped working. I wonder if that's because it's associated with a hotkey. Anyway, let's look up real quick. What's going on? Is the control button held down or something? Okay, my keyboard's not working. Everything's going all screwy. What's going on? Bear with me, chat. We're having there's some gremlins, some gremlins going on for some reason. Alright, I'm gonna turn off draw pad and see if that solves the problem. But okay. Seems like it did. Weird. It was like the was like the keyboard got turned upside down. Where the keys that I was pressing, those weren't the letters that were coming out. They were different letters instead. I've never seen this happen before. That was incredibly weird. We're not off to an auspicious start, I'll tell you that. What is going on? Okay. What were we gonna do? Oh yeah, let's search change stylus buttons in Blender. Okay, so it should be in the Blender program that I should be able to change which functions are bound to which buttons on the draw pad. Drawing tablet settings in Blender. Devices. Here we go. So this is the Blender official manual here. So we just got to figure out how we do that. And hey system. Oh, interesting. I've only ever used the Wacom ones, and they've been okay. But I would definitely be open to trying an alternative. Let's open up Blender and see if we get continued weirdness or not. Okay. All right, here's a video from this same guy. Let's see if this can solve our problem.
The button on your pen unlocks really intuitive controls for seamless sculpting, navigation, and texture painting within Blender. So here's how to set up and unlock the full potential of your graphics tablet for Blender. Firstly, it's important to say you only need a tablet for sculpting and texture painting. Everything else, I use a mouse. There's two types of tablet: display tablets for around $350 for a decent one, or ordinary tablets for around $50 for a decent one. Display tablets are really nice and easy to use.
They cost more than $50 nowadays, I found, but yeah.
Ordinary tablets get pretty close to this when you get used to them, but it can take a few hours. For the tablets I recommend, see the description. To set up your graphics tablet, there's one main button you need. Go to your driver control panel for your tablet. Every tablet should have one. Go to the pen settings.
Okay, so I can do that here. Wacom tablet properties. Get that connected. All right.
Settings. Change the primary button to the middle mouse button. We do that because...
Interesting. Okay, primary set to middle mouse. Since I don't really use the buttons much in Photoshop, which is the other program that I use the tablet for, I think this is going to be okay. So what I want to do here is, let's see, scroll. I think it should be pan or zoom, actually, right? Yeah. Is that what we wanted?
Because the middle mouse button controls almost all the actions for your viewport control. You're now sorted and ready to go. Hold down the pen button to move around your objects. Change the primary button to the middle mouse button. We do that.
So, middle click. Okay. Hang on. Primary mouse button.
Pen settings. Change the primary button to the
primary button. Okay. So primary button. Middle click. There we go. That's what we want, I think. Open this up. So there we go. Okay. I think that's what he said we wanted, right?
middle mouse button. We do that because the middle mouse button controls almost all the actions for your viewport control. You're now sorted and ready to go. Hold down the pen button to move around your objects. Hold down the pen button and control to zoom in and out. Press Alt and the pen button to focus on an area. Hold down Shift and the pen button to strafe around. Holding down Alt, the pen button, and moving from side to side and up and down will change your view from top, side, and front view. Now, along with this, most pens have a secondary button. I changed this to the right click. I don't use it a lot, but it's much easier than having to pick up the mouse and right-clicking if I have to. Lastly, if you have a third pen button, I would change that to the space bar. I will go into Preferences, Key Map, and change the space bar to Tools. Then you can hold down that button and change your brushes really quickly. But those are just optional. The most important one is changing the main button to middle mouse button. So there you have it.
Excellent. Good stuff. Okay, cool. That is working. So holding down this button, I can move things around like that. Excellent. And then, did he say control zooms in and out? Yeah, very nice. So control is right here on the corner of my keyboard. It's nice, easy access. I don't even have to look at it. I can just feel my way there. Good, good, good. Okay, so far, so good. Excellent. All right, let's go back to this tutorial here.
Making our So when you first open Blender, you'll see a screen like this.
And Alexander Morrison says, any particular dinosaur you'd be sculpting today, Danny? I don't know if I'll get to that point. We're still just trying to learn how this program works. But I do have several dinosaurs that I would like to sculpt in the next couple of months. These are for the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont. I was talking about this a few months ago, I think. It's back in December, if I recall correctly. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. So at the museum right now, they've got some, I'll say interesting dinosaur sculpts that were done in the early 20th century. They're probably about 100 years old at this point, something like that. These are on public display. They look like this. They're made apparently with actual leather, which I think gives them a really kind of creepy aspect. This one looks like it's supposed to be a tyrannosaur, presumably Tyrannosaurus. There's also a sauropod, presumably like Diplodocus right here. Yeah. Stegosaurus right here. And I think maybe this is supposed to be Pachycephalosaurus? Maybe? Looking at the top of the head, but maybe it's also supposed to be... Maybe it's supposed to be something like Allosaurus? I don't know. It's hard to say. There you go, Makerspace, yeah. They do almost have like a claymation kind of feel to them. The idea is to sculpt modern, up-to-date accurate, authentic sculpts of these dinosaurs to put alongside them. And Victorious, thank you for gifting Not the Bees. Appreciate that.
Subs in the channel.
Thank you, Victorious. I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, the idea is that I would sculpt my own of each of these, and then we display them side by side. We can put them into a case and use them as an exhibit to teach about how our perceptions of dinosaurs have changed since the early 20th century. Even turn it into like an interactive sort of thing where kids on a field trip have got to list differences that they see between them. And the idea is that I'll paint mine to look, you know, they'll have a very similar color scheme. So it's kind of an easier one-to-one comparison between them. By making them look similar in their color scheme, the differences in the morphology will really stand out. Yeah. And another 50 years' time, there'll be another, I guess? Yeah, I hope so, Wombat Hole. Yeah. Yeah. How our perceptions have changed in them since? Exactly, Van Pax. Exactly. Yeah. So, that's one of the projects that I've got to do. I'm going to be sculpting a Tyrannosaurus, a Diplodocus, presumably, a Stegosaurus, and a Brachycephalosaurus? I think that's what this is supposed to be. So that'll be good. That'll be good. That and doing a whole bunch of other things, too. You know, I'd like to be able to do more sculpting streams, more 3D modeling and printing streams, stuff like that. So learning this program will help a lot there. And On Not the Beast says, do you have a reference image you're using to sculpt? I'd love to try a quick sculpt along with the stream. Yeah, Not the Beast. Oftentimes I'll make a little reference image. So, like I did for this stream.
So yeah, pretty excellent stuff. I don't know what I did.
There we go. So I had this reference image of our dinosaur Triarchunkus here. This is in the program Sculptress, where you can change the background image. So that's what I did there. And this way I could kind of line it up, make sure that everything is kind of flush. Yeah, it's just a nice kind of fallback. Presumably I could do that in Blender too. I can have a background image, but I got to figure that out. So many things I don't know about this program yet. Yeah. Going to OBJ mode, shift, and insert. Nice, on Beast. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. Anyway, this was a lot of fun to do. I am really fond of this program, Sculptress, but there's just so many different things that it can't do. There we go. This is what I was trying to.
Looks like we can lengthen our neck a bit. We just kind of line these up. I want to really emphasize how big the forelimbs are. So it's going to have kind of ridiculously large forelimbs.
Anywho, again, for those of you just joining us, this was what resulted this Triarchunkus model that I was able to print. And now it makes regular appearances here on stream. Anyway, let's get back to our tutorial and learn how this thing works.
And you've got new file options down the left-hand side here. And for most people, they'll start off with the general scene, but I just want to quickly show you that there is a sculpting option as well. Don't follow along with this, but if I open that up, you'll see that you're straight into the sculpting workspace, and there's a sphere here that we can start sculpting.
And that looks kind of like, actually it looks a lot like in Sculptress. Let's try that real quick, just for fun. Go to sculpting here. And yeah, so this is what I want. There's all these different tools. Oop, sorry. Couldn't really see. There's all these tools over here on the side. So, I wish it would, here we go. What are these called? Flatten, contrast. Okay, it says over on the right side what they are. Blob, inflate, deflate. Nice. So, and see, I don't know why it's not working right now. Maybe I'm not in the strength turned up enough. Maybe it's not in modify mode or something, but these are the basic things that I got to figure out, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Ways to manipulate. Exactly, Venpax, yeah. So it's like in Sculptress that I've used before. But in that's like the entire program is just those few tools, and there's about a third the number of tools as there are right here on the side. Anyhow, let's get back to here.
But if I open that up, you'll see that you're straight into the sculpting workspace, and there's a sphere here that we can start sculpting on. However,
so I don't know why it didn't open with the sphere, why it opened with a cube, but we'll figure that out. New sculpting. There we go. Okay. I had to go to new and then sculpting. And there we go. Excellent. So what I also need to learn how to do is how to turn on bilateral symmetry. Because that's how I'm used to working. When you're doing an organic shape like an organism, like a dinosaur, it saves me a ton of time to be able to start off with bilateral symmetry. So everything you do to one side automatically happens to the other side too. Let's look that up, how to do that. Turn on bilateral symmetry in Blender. All right. Hopefully this is short and sweet.
Hello everyone, today we are going to learn basic Blender tutorials how to turn on symmetry.
All right.
This example cube, and you can go to edit mode to create a subdivide from this cube object. After it, you can go to object mode. If you want to turn on symmetry, you can click on sculpt tools.
Yep.
And in red you can scroll down, and there are tools like symmetry in it, or you can use.
Okay, so there's an option for symmetry there. But it looks like I've got to go to... Okay, here I am in sculpting. And then here on the side, I don't see it. Render, sampling, depth of field. Where was it there? I didn't see it.
Use in the top bar at this option, symmetry in it, or tools like symmetry in it.
So, brush settings. It's not under brush settings. You have to select the thing. Here. Symmetry. There we go. So I click the thing at the top with the little screwdriver and wrench icon. These are over on the side, so you can see chat. Right here, and then I go down to there. Symmetry. Mirror along the Y axis, right? Yeah. Excellent. That's exactly what we want. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. Oh man, it feels good to learn some new skills.
The Tyrannosaurus, mighty hunter of the Jurassic Age, giant meat eater.
Talia.
Dagger-like teeth.
Thank you for the 5 months of support. Meow to you too. It's good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Blender changes all the time, so older tutorials might be outdated. Yeah, but just kind of knowing what terminology they're using. So like when I open up a video, it kind of gives me a sense for like, oh, that's what they call this. That's what they call that. it makes it easier for me to figure it out, even if the option is changed, if it's in a different menu or something like that. I at least know the lingo to a certain extent. Yeah. Good stuff. All I can think of is the Bold and Brash SpongeBob episode. I can't say I'm familiar with that, Araya Thallium. It might be after I stopped watching a SpongeBob. But yeah. Alright, cool. So we've got symmetry working now. So let's just play around with some of these tools a little bit and get a feel for them. So, oh, this is like our crease tool. Draw sharp, it says. Oh, I got rid of symmetry there. Let's put symmetry back on. Symmetry mirror along y-axis. Good. Okay, clay strips, clay, draw sharp, sculpt draw. So now I can see, this is good. The name of the tool is up here in the upper left. Okay, draw sharp, clay strips, clay thumb. Okay, nice. So this feels a lot like Sculptress did. This is familiar territory. I wonder if they have a grab tool, because that was kind of my favorite tool in Sculptress. Inflate or deflate, blob, crease. So, it's making creases. Presumably I can adjust the severity of it and adjust the size too. Yeah, strength, there we go. So we turn that up and I get a much stronger crease. Nice. Cool, okay. Oh, cool, and so this button inverts it. The plus makes it positive. The minus inverts it and makes it negative. Good to know. Okay, these are also features that they had in Sculptress. Is there a smooth tool? Smooth, here we go. Yeah, nice. Very useful tool to have. Okay. Still, like, kind of developing the muscle memory, how to hold the stylus so that I can hit that button when I need to rotate things around. But, there we go, and zoom in and out using the control key. Nice, okay. Man, I'm liking this so far. Multi-purpose scrape tool. Okay. Let's get rid of those. Let's smooth that out. And excellent, I can use the right and left bracket keys, just like in Sculptress or in Photoshop, for making the brush larger or smaller. This is good. So a lot of this stuff is coming naturally because it's similar to programs that I've used before. There we go. This might be our grab tool. Yeah, grab. Excellent. So this is how I create limb buds and stuff like that, if I want to sculpt limbs onto an organism. We're taking just kind of like grabbing that clay and stretching it out like this. Yeah, nice. That's easier than I thought. Yeah. Victaria says, try pressing control while using the brush. That should save you the trouble of clicking plus or minus to invert functions. Okay. Here. Smooth tool right here. But if I press control, it unsmooths it. Makes it more jagged. Nice. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you, Victaria. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna have so much fun with this program. Ah! Yes. Okay. Cool. Here, why don't we... To heck with the tutorial. Let's sculpt up a dinosaur here. Let's do, let's get started on that very most obscure and niche of dinosaurs. One that nobody's ever heard of. Tyrannosaurus Rex. Let's do that. Let's sculpt ourselves a T-Rex. I'm gonna start off with the grab tool. And let's make it real big. Just sort of like feeling out how all these things work. Start making that torso here. And let's use our smooth tool. Let's make that a little bit stronger. Okay, cool. Ah, excellent. So just like in Sculptress, I can use the G key to activate the grab tool. These shortcuts, they might seem a little arcane, but they save you so much time in the long run if you really kind of... When it becomes muscle memory, oh man. Okay, S is smooth. Interesting. I think B was smooth in Sculptress. S seems much more intuitive. I like that. Alright, we got a general bean shape right here. This will be the basis for our Tyrannosaur. Let's put a blob over here. That'll be our thigh. And then one here for a forelimb. One here for a neck. And one here, big one for a tail. Okay. Nice. Give me a second. Let me modify this a little bit. I just want to rearrange this chat so it's a little easier to see. I don't know if we'd be able to fit the whole thing in here, but that's okay. Yeah, nice. And all the binds can be changed anyway, says Son of Astrolitz. Yeah, but I want to... Before I get around to breaking the rules, I want to figure out what they are first, you know? Before I make any wild changes to the controls, I want to at least learn how they work as default first. You can already see it, Joshua Colossus? Yeah. Excellent. Alright, let's get our grab tool. And... is it shift? Good. Shift is how I can move things around. I can actually move the object on the screen. Excellent. And let's pull that tail out. Smooth this a bit. Nice. Now we'll take our hind limbs. First we're going to pull them forward a bit, like this. then we're gonna put a little bit of a blob here. So we like the basis for our calf. G-tool. Now we'll pull that down. This. Nice. Now, I actually want to take this and pull it in under the body. This is supporting the animal's weight. Smooth this, make it less weird and jagged. Okay. Where's the draw tool? Do they have an equivalent to like the draw tool in Sculptress? Rotate, nudge, pose, thumb, snake hook. Maybe that's what I want. Oh, interesting. Huh. That's tricky. Wow. Okay. So that's for kind of like grabbing stuff and stretching it and twisting it. Grab, elastic deform. What does that do? Okay. Interesting. Okay, that's actually pretty nifty. Oh, I like that a lot. Cool. Okay, we're getting there. That's good. Let's make that torso a bit broader here. Make those hips a bit broader. And the base of the tail, too, when you've got those caudofemoralis muscles like we were talking about that extend from the thigh. Let's smooth this part out. Nice. Okay, okay. Yeah. I like how this is working. I like how this is working. Alright, grab tool. Let's make some forelimbs. Where's the inflate tool? I feel like I don't know where that is, but I should. Inflate, deflate. Okay. Yeah, add some mass there. Smooth it out. Add some more mass. Smooth it out. This is fun. Oh man, I'm enjoying this. Alright, let's work on the head and neck here. Grab tool. Okay, okay, we're getting there. Yeah, nice. Visibly upset, how are you doing? Welcome back. And Gravity says, Danny, are you sure this is your first time using Blender? Holy moly, you were rocking this? It's my first time ever sculpting in Blender, yeah. I've used Blender very briefly. The only other thing I've used it for is enlarging the file size on something I needed to 3D print, like an OBJ file, I did not know what I was doing. I had to like look up a tutorial and then... Yeah, and then this thing here too. Let me show you. 3D printing folder. I guess it'll be in the done subfolder. Maybe, maybe not. The life-size Tyrannosaurus skull that I 3D printed. There were no instructions for assembly on that. Here it is. But here, before I show you that, let's save this project so I don't accidentally get rid of it. Printing. Let's see. Blender sculpt. First sculpt. Tyrannosaurus. Save. Okay, cool. Now I'll show you the only other time I've actually used Blender was here. Since there were no instructions for assembling this Tyrannosaurus skull, the nearest thing they had was this. Loading. Here we go. So all of these files are in a separate folder, and I could just directly import them into my 3D printing slicing software. But this shows you how they're actually arranged. So part number 93, part number 81, part number 76. And so this is how I was able to actually figure out how to put it together, and also kind of create a checklist for like which parts have I printed, which parts do I still have to go, all of that. So it's like a super rudimentary schematic of how it fits together, you know? It's just, here are all of the files. This is how they're arranged when the thing is put together. This is all I had for instructions. This is the puzzle box that has the picture on the front. That's what I was using in order to assemble this. So this is really the only time I've ever used Blender for more than like 2 minutes. Is just, you know, this is kind of how I started to learn how to use these different tools to navigate around and look at this from different angles and stuff. That's the only time I've ever used Blender before. But I do have a lot of experience in sculpting in other programs like Sculptress. And a lot of those skills, luckily, are directly transferable, which is really good. Very rudimentary cheat sheet to a 3D puzzle. There you go, Gravity. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, so this is the sculpt that I'm doing right now of the same animal, Tyrannosaurus, but we're doing a full body life reconstruction. Dynamic topology in the top right corner so your sculpt won't be jagged. Oh, thank you, Carly's Dragon. Yeah. And Stats Bloke, hey, good to see you. Howdy, howdy, how are things? Okay, top right corner. Dinotopia, okay. Subdivide, collapse. Subdivide edges or collapse edges? Let's try subdivide edges. That didn't do much. Oh, check the box. Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Subdivide edges. Cool. Okay. Excellent. Here. Oh, nice. Yeah, so this looks like, it looks a lot more like Sculptress now. Good, good, good. All right, very nice. Here, let's inflate that head, shall we? Inflate, deflate. Yeah. Looks funny. Yeah. And let's smooth it out. Okay. All right, now how do I get rid of, you know, it looks like crumpled paper here. Relative dintopus of the size of the brush and how zoomed in you are directly affects the density of the polygons. Thank you, Anna the Beast. Okay. In Sculptress, which I'm used to using, they use a triangle mesh, and it'll actually show you in the lower left corner the number of triangles in it. And if it gets too high, the program will crash. Again, very rudimentary program. Can you change the underlying geometry in Blender? Whether it uses a triangle mesh or another shape or something like that? Yeah. Multi-resolution modifier is better for even polygons all over, says Trails Dragon. Okay, cool, cool. I'm learning so much. I think you could do quads, says Harry Vetch. Neat. Yeah. Ms. Art Rules says, which way do you like better, hand sculpting or computer sculpting more? I can't really do hand sculpting, Ms. Art Rules. I don't have the materials. I don't have the patience. I don't have the time. Digital sculpting is what I do. This allows me to sculpt things and then put them away so they don't make a mess. It allows me to 3D print things, and I can print as many copies as I would like. I can embiggen them or ensmallen them as I see fit. It frees me from the shackles of having to have a physical object in front of me, you know? I really enjoy it. When I first learned how to use Sculptress, it was like, oh man, it was a revelation. Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus, trying to make a Tyrannosaurus, but again, I'm learning how to use this program right now, and we just got started a few minutes ago. So, yeah. There we go. And let's take that neck, make that a bit thicker, and let's inflate that. And here, just trying to get our basic proportions and shape in the spot that I'm comfortable with here. There we go. Okay, nice. This must be like the plane or flatten tool. Nice. Okay, cool. Good stuff. Now let's use our grab tool again. And let's broaden that head, shall we? Especially in the back. If we're making a Tyrannosaurus, got a very broad skull up back. I want to make sure that that's reflected here. Okay, that's looking better. Nice. Mizart Rule says, this is so cool, I want to try it, but I'm scared of the cost. Program's free, Mizart Rules. That's why I'm learning it. Blender is free. I'm working with like a $60 Wacom tablet here. Really basic draw pad that I'm using. Right here. Really, really simple stuff. I do have a computer with a decent graphics card and CPU and everything else. But, yeah. Blender can be, I think, a little bit demanding in terms of resources on your machine. But it's, yeah, I don't know. It's not the worst. Oh, interesting. Press Alt and it snaps to... Oh, did I flip it over? Oh, that's cool. Okay. Oh, that's really neat. Okay. Okay. Learning how things work. Good. Let's work on those lower legs. Grab tool. That'll work. I don't know where the equivalent of the draw tool is, though. It's like this, like snake hook. Where it's almost like you're adding more material. This feels like you're stretching the same material out so it kind of thins up. You get this weird kind of wrinkliness to it. But there was a tool in Sculptress that was called Draw, and you're basically adding more material to your model. I don't know where that is here. Scrape, fill, deepen, flatten, contrast, smooth. Clay strips, clay, draw sharp. Sculpt draw, maybe that's it. Oh, interesting. Well, well, well. Disco Fountain. Thank you for the 6 months of support. I appreciate that Prime there. Look at those chickens. Thank you, Disco Fountain. Appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And it's the first brush. It feels much different. This, not the bees. It feels much different from what the one in Sculptress felt like. Maybe that's something like Draw Sharp? No. Maybe I have it inverted? Kind of. Clay strips. Yeah, interesting. We try clay thumb. No. So I'm looking for, well, maybe if I invert it. Control, nope. Inflate, deflate, blob, maybe? That's okay. I'll just go back to grab tool because I kind of know how that one works. So we try and make our calves here. We can inflate those later. But I'm just trying to get the basic like contours of the leg going right now. Let's see if I can rotate this thigh forward a little bit too. There we go. That'll work. kind of pigeon-toed right now. Okay, we'll fix that. Alright. He's out to the sides. Let's give him more of a confident stance here. There we go, that's an improvement. Bring that belly down a bit. Nice. I was not expecting to be sculpting a dinosaur during today's stream. I thought we'd be doing a tutorial. I thought, like, oh, you know, this might not be the most interesting thing, but, you know, I've got to get it done. But this is a lot of fun. I much prefer learning through doing than learning through watching a video. Nice. And Mommy does... I thought I'd do Tyrannosaurus for my first one, but... At this point, we could turn it into a Megalosaurus, but... I don't know. I do have to sculpt a Tyrannosaurus at some point. So I figured, why don't we just start there? Everybody loves T-Rex anyway. What does this do? Pinch, magnify. That's not what I want. I want... Elastic deform. Nice. Okay, okay. I also want to pull that thigh forward a bit. I want to bring the center of the animal's gravity a little bit forward. That's nice. Okay. Cool. As that rule says, the feet are not level. The feet are not. They're non-existent right now. I haven't gotten there. I didn't make them yet. Mizart rules. They're not on there. Yeah. Shadowwind Art says, what happens when you press E while sculpting? And I think that might extrude. Oh. Here, let's go to our grab tool. Let's press E. Yeah, I don't think it does anything. Yeah, no. It's a very good first time. Thanks, Kenny HY. Again, I've had a lot of practice in Sculptress. It's just learning how these controls work in this different program. It's gonna be... You know, it is a learning curve, although not as severe a learning curve as I had feared. I'm really enjoying this. Gonna be a pro blenderer in no time. Literally, in the sense that hopefully I'll get paid for some of these sculpts. Doing these for the museum. Let's lengthen that tail. And then, oh, we can use the pinch tool. Should be... Plane scrape, no. Smooth, flatten, fill, deepen, scrape. Multi-plane scrape. Pinch, magnify, here we go. Nice. Get that tail pinched out to a point there. Let's taper it. We need to turn the strength up. Yeah. That doesn't work quite the same way that it did in Sculptress, but that's okay. Alright, where's my embiggen tool? I guess it's here. Pinch, magnify. So if I hit Control, that will... There we go. Invert it. Excellent. So let's add that kind of graceful curve to the tail. It should go up and then down a little bit. Like that. Yeah, it's still way too thick at the end, but figure out how to solve that in a bit. Yeah, looking okay so far. Looking okay. Yeah. It's very satisfying to watch the animal emerge, says Statsbook. Thank you. I'm glad this isn't too frustrating. Imagine what it'll be like when I actually know how to use this program, you know? Hopefully that'll be really fun to watch. Let's try and work on those hind limbs. Let's see if we can draw the feet on there. First off, let's inflate this. Give us some material to work with here. There we go. And let's get rid of this weirdness. Okay. And let's try the draw tool again. Oh, okay. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. Excellent. Nice. Okay. Looks like he's wearing Ugg boots right now. Let's sculpt this up. So it actually looks like a tyrannosaur here. Got some volume around this side. And then let's draw digit 3 on here. So here's digit 2, digit 3, digit 4. I'm just keeping them really simple for right now. I'll do a little nubbin for digit 1. I know it looks ridiculous right now. We'll make it look good in a little bit. I just want to make sure that the proportions are right and the digits are in the right places so I can actually modify them. Just a placeholder for now. It's looking okay. Our legs need some work though. Let's get back to that. I'm getting the hang of these controls. I'm honestly kind of proud of myself. This is easier than I thought it was going to be. We are hours ahead of where I expected we'd be at this point. Alright, let's use our crease tool here. And, whoop, it's way too strong. Let's turn that down. So we'll add some definition between the lower thigh and the calf. Okay, nice. Excellent. Yeah. That Sploke says it's very nice to know that this is open source. Yeah, Blender is... You know, I've heard wonderful, wonderful things about this program for years and years, and it's nice to finally sit down and start to learn how to use it. It's one of those things like Photoshop, where it is kind of an industry standard, except it's not paywalled. It's open source. And it's just incredibly powerful. So being able to finally start to learn the ins and outs of it, like, it's a powerful feeling. Like, wow, you know, I put in some more hours in this, and so many doors will open up to me. There's so much that you can do with a program like this. Not just sculpting, but obviously, like I said before, there are people who do visual effects with this, animations, character design, 2D and 3D art, all kinds of stuff. And this is going to be a boon for my 3D modeling and printing. Being able to modify files in the computer before I print them, rather than having to print them and fix the stuff, you know, in post, so to speak. Fix it after it's printed? No. I could fix it beforehand. That's exciting. That's really exciting. It's looking a bit more theropod-like. Excellent. All right, nice. All right. Look at that. Not too shabby. Yeah. And GNU image manipulate. Yeah, GIMP. Rosand. I've got a friend who uses that. I just have an old copy of Photoshop that's been cracked. That's what I use. But a lot of the same skills will carry over to GIMP, I've been told. Yeah. And Petrodactylus says some of the folks I work with do amazing things in Blender. Yeah, it's incredibly versatile, feature-rich program. Super powerful. And, yeah, luckily the sculpting portion of it, so many of the skills that I learned in Sculptress carry over directly to this. That makes me really happy. I'm excited. I'm excited. It's not quite as intuitive as Sculptress, but it's far more powerful. So, you know, everything's a trade-off. Something can be super easy to learn, really gentle learning curve, but it's often so easy to use because there's not much to it. That's how Sculptress is. Yeah, here we go. Just gonna outline where the scapula should be here. Outline this. Smooth that out a bit. Nice. And let's take that and let's bulk him up there. There we go. Broad shoulders on this Tyrannosaur, even if it's got very small arms. Nice. Actually, don't like how that went. Let's undo that part. Yeah. Lovely. Yeah. And Harry Vetch says Blender is 30 years old now, believe it or not. I do believe it, yeah. It started back in the mid-90s, right? Yeah. It's been around quite a while. Rosen says my youngest uses Krita, but they're actually drawing. I use GIMP for using existing elements and manipulation for creating RPG maps and designs. Interesting. Cool. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says, inspiring me to get on Blender whenever I can grab a suitable PC. All the possible things I would make? Yeah. The world's your oyster. You can do a lot of cool things with this program. Alright, let's work on the head and neck here a little bit. Let's pull that neck back. Let's kind of emphasize like the curve in that neck. And let's take that head and let's rotate it downward like this. Like that. Let's see, do I like that? I do. Neck looks a little too long. But maybe that's because the shoulders are too low. Good. Now, I want to know what I can do to get rid of this weird texture on the face right here. How do I get rid of that? So the smoothing tool doesn't seem to really be helping that much with it. Do I need to just smooth this out and draw some features on? Is that what's going on? Essentially start from scratch? Probably do. In Sculptress, there was a thing where you could adjust the level of detail. So like the number of triangles that would be added or subtracted when you use different tools. And that's not texture, that's insufficient polygons. There we go, Niotni, thank you. It's like I was talking about with Sculptress, where you can set the detail slider up, you pull it to the right to increase the level of detail, and that increases the number of polygons when you're drawing a new shape on or inflating or something like that. So let's see. Radius, brush, texture, stroke, fall off cursor. I don't know if it's one of those. Yeah. You could increase the level of the Dintopo and smooth it, or zoom in and smooth it. Oh, so it like scales with the view of the piece? Okay. Let's zoom in. And we'll continue continue smoothing here. Okay, weird textures going away. Let's try drawing a bit. Let's do our lower jaw right here. Jowly lower jaw. And... whoop. Zoom in too far. Okay. Still learning the controls here. Still getting the hang of this. Zoom in a little bit further. Alright. Back of the skull here. Like the quadrate articulates with the lower jaw. We've got this above the orbit here. These big lacrimal crests. Like this. Ah. Sorry for the herky-jerkiness there, everybody. Just still getting the hang of this. It's like our maxilla and orbital fenestra. Eye is going to be about there. Let's put a crease in. Right here. Let's inflate some of this. Yeah. Gotta zoom way and more for typology with current DynTopo settings. Okay, how do I change those DynTopo settings? Is this it here? Detail size? 12 pixels? Let's set that up to 20 pixels. Did that help or hurt? I feel like that hurt. We take the pixel size down to make it more precise, perhaps? Let's take it down to 7. Yeah, there we go. That smooths it out. Nice. Okay, cool. Cool. I guess that makes sense. Yeah. And I do feel like the program is responding a little bit more slowly now. It's got to work a little bit harder. There's a lot more detail to deal with. Makes sense. Draw again. There, 7 might be too high or low. Let's take it up to 9.5. Thereabouts. That feels more comfortable. When I eventually get around to printing the finished model, it's only going to be, I don't know, maybe 12 inches tall anyway, so it's not like I have to have an incredible level of detail here. Man, that looks ugly from the front. Alright, let's correct that. Beefing up our snout here. Let's smooth out some of this ugliness. Got enough material here that I can just kind of use the grab tool from now on, I think. Much of this. getting there. And it looks ugly from the front. Okay, what I want to do is beef up the lower jaw so it doesn't look like that. Right now, this looks like that guy from Return of the Jedi. What's his name? You know who I'm talking about. What's his name? There we go. Yeah, that's who it looks like. Nine numb, but yeah, there you go. Gotta expand that lower jaw so it'll actually meet with the upper jaw there. Should we do that through... Let's use the inflate tool. And see if that helps us out. Again, I'll probably just end up cutting the head off and starting over again later because I want to have the upper and lower jaws separate so I can sculpt the teeth. But this is a fun exercise for now. We're learning. We're learning. Okay. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Let's save this before I forget. Saved. Alright, that was easy. Just Control S will do it, I guess. And you could separate the mesh faces instead of redoing it. Yes! That's what I... Oh, man. See, this is why I wanted to switch to Blender, as you can't do that in a program like Sculptress. But, so eventually, I guess, I'll learn how to be able to, like, use the masking tool or something like that to just select the head and then kind of carve pieces... carve it up so that you can manipulate certain parts of it and not other parts. That's the sort of function that you can't get in that other program that I really want to be able to use. So that's awesome. Yeah. 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 Huh. Not the Beast's Blender is cool because, say you took the time to model each individual part of the dinosaur's anatomy separately, you could save them in the asset library and just to build the dinosaurs piece by piece however you want. Yes, and I'm sure I could also find ways to... Say I wanted to, like, build a maquette of a dinosaur. Like this. I've got this lovely Beasts of the Mesozoic Tyrannosaurus maquette here that I can use as a reference when I'm doing two-dimensional drawings and stuff like that. Presumably, I could carve it up and like print it in separate pieces like this, and then be able to assemble them in different ways like that, right? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, presumably, I could also just photogrammetrize this, make a digital model out of this right here, manipulate it in Blender, and then 3D print it, right? The point here is for me to sculpt these things by hand, to do some real, you know, art as a human being producing art. But if I wanted to, like, do a bunch of shortcuts, I could just digitize this and modify it digitally. Yeah, anyway, it's cool, like, the doors that a program like this can open. The opportunities that they can afford. Yeah. Put separate dinosaurs together. There you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. 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 Good stuff. Here, let's work on our arms here before we think about putting this away. Let's get rid of this little web of skin there. I want to do a crease. Let's smooth that out. That's okay. Let's draw on some fingers, shall we? Get this lined up in such a way where draw those fingers on. If I were really good with this tool, the snake hook tool, I could do this pretty quickly. But it's a little finicky. I don't know. I feel like with some good practice, the snake hook tool can become really powerful. Implement. Right now it's got like the pronated wrist thing. What I gotta do is rotate this around. This is our rotate tool. And I feel like the hands are actually too close together. It's not quite working. Let's grab. This one.
In this program, all those questions will be answered.
Blue Sun Zenith, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And period on number pad will focus on whatever is selected, basically in any mode. Oh, thank you, Hugh. Thank you, Claire, for reposting that. That's the tricky thing, is that my number pad is also my soundboard. So let's see. Yeah. Might know how that works. fiddle around with that later, especially if I have the soundboard turned off. There we go. I feel like we're almost approaching the right proportions for the arms. The upper arms are still too long. So let's see to that. I don't like how that worked. Redo that. There we go. A bit better. Wow. I want to zoom out. Out. There we go. Yeah. Nice. Okay. There we go. That's starting to look more Tyrannosaur-like. Nice. Okay. Okay. We're getting there. Smooth this part out. And let's inflate these. Let me grab manipulation first. Trying to get that finger to kind of curve up like this. Let's inflate those. Add a little bit more heft to them. Too small now? They are too small by a bit. So where's our let's magnify? That's just a tad beefier there. Nice. Sorry, I'm kind of getting lost in this chat. This is it's like I'm back in Sculptress. This is great. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, shading. That's not what I'm trying to do. Oh well. Oh, interesting though. What key was I holding now? Is it C? Yeah. Wireframe, solid. Nice. Neat. Yeah. Very cool. Very Very, very nice. I'm actually really happy with how this has turned out so far. As a first try, like never using this program for sculpting before, look at where we got to. It doesn't look good, but it doesn't look embarrassingly hideous, at least. Yeah, you learn very quickly, says Shadow and Art. I know how to sculpt digitally, I just don't know how this program works. So it's really just kind of learning the controls. Yeah. Really can't tell it's your first time? Thank you, Salamander. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. Amazingly good first Blender sculpt. Thanks, not the bees. Well, you know, it's a dinosaur. These things just spring forth from me. Actually, looking at it, we need to make this torso larger. There we go. That looks better. Yeah. There's some weird stuff going on at the leg like this. I'll figure this stuff out, but yeah. It's just a matter of learning what the different buttons do and how to do the same stuff that I'm used to doing in Sculptress. I could do this all day. I really enjoy this. It's a lot of fun for me. But yeah, I'm here to stream though. So what we're gonna do is let's save this again. And let's move on to something else, shall we? Very cool to watch. Thanks, Golganak. It'll be more cool to watch once I know how the program works. I'm not fumbling around with it like a complete neophyte. But let's get into something else. There was a new PBS Eons video that just came out. Figure that might be a nice kind of segue into some other stuff. So let's do that. Last day in California. Oh, very nice, Dr. Irrefutable. I hope it goes well. Yeah. Not the Beast says my first Blender model was clip art level owl. This is much more impressive. Thank you, Bees. Hey, I do appreciate the encouragement, especially coming from somebody who really knows this program. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, the Blob has got a great question. What college or classes would you recommend for a career in paleontology? The Blob, I'm really glad you asked. Paleontology is, you can think of it almost as a mixture of biology and geology. Because it's the study of ancient living things. Fossils are the preserved remains in the rock record, geology, of living things, biology. So as many geology and biology classes as you can get, take them. Most universities around the world don't offer classes in paleontology. It's pretty rare to actually have like a paleontology program. I was really lucky to go to a school that had that. Montana State had that back when I was going. I could major in paleontology. I don't know if they have a paleontology major anymore.
What are dinosaurs?
Riot 1913, thank you for the follow. Good to have you. But yeah, biology and geology. Also, take as many classes in, like, general science as you can. If there's anything that's, like, philosophy of science, or history of science, or anything like that, those can be extraordinarily important, too. I've met too many scientists and people trained in the sciences who don't really have any understanding at all about what science is at its most basic level. Like, what sets science apart from other disciplines? They might know a few sound bites about it, but they don't necessarily really understand what makes something a scientific endeavor. Sometimes you can get too into the weeds, too into the nuts and bolts of your particular scientific discipline, and you can kind of lose track of what science is about, I guess, if that makes sense. This is like when I would, I don't know, encounter people who are like actively working in physics and they have absolutely zero understanding of kind of like the scientific method at its, on a deep level, how to discern between science and pseudoscience. It's extremely frustrating sometimes when you get somebody who, they are nominally a scientist, and yet they can believe complete bonkers pseudoscientific nonsense because they're not thinking about, they never consider on a day-to-day basis, like, what is it that actually makes something science? Anyway, maybe it was just a physics program where I went to school, but there were a lot of people in physics who, like, I don't know, people who believed all kinds of pseudoscience nonsense. Anywho, yeah, the Blob says, thank you for your recommendations. You bet. Yeah, shoot. The number one piece of advice that I can give, though, much more important than which classes to take, much, much more important than that, is that if you want to get into paleontology, start doing paleontology. At the end of the day, the classes that you take, the grades that you get, even your degree, is not going to be as important as experience in fossil science. Whether that's working in a laboratory, working in a museum collections, working out in the field collecting fossils, or all of those things together. Actually doing the work is so much more important than like the stuff that people normally think about. Taking the right classes, getting the right degree, all of that stuff. Paleontology is not, it's not just a collection of facts. It's not a dusty book sitting on a shelf somewhere. Paleontology is a process. It's an active field. It's so much more important to learn that and to participate in it than it is to have all the right qualifications, take all the right classes, whatever. So if there's any chance at all, this advice goes for anybody who's watching right now who dreams of becoming a paleontologist. If you can get yourself into a museum or onto a field program, that could be your golden ticket. I know people who have taken all the right classes, got all the right grades. You know, they've got a, bachelor's degree in biology and geology. They're like, yeah, I'm going to become a paleontologist, but they never really pushed to actually do the work, to do field work, to do lab work, to do collections work, to do research. And they don't end up actually doing paleontology in the long run because it's one of those fields where you can start actively participating in the science without necessarily having the qualifications. At the end of the day, the qualifications are just kind of an assurance that, like, hey, I was here in this general milieu working on this stuff. But the qualifications ultimately are not what matters. What matters is that you're doing the work. You're doing paleontology. It's like Jim Kirkland always says, paleontologist is what a paleontologist does. It's not a title, it's a description of someone who does paleontology. So even more important than the classes, the qualifications, is that you're doing the work, you know? It's 100 times more important. I hope that's useful advice. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. But yeah. And the Blob says, I once met an astrologist who faithfully believes the Earth is flat. Yeah, and there were some physicists that I was talking to who were into astrology as well. But it was like it was almost like a cultural thing. They weren't from the US. But it was like, yeah, of course. Of course the motion of the planets dictates our destinies. Like, what are you... You're a physicist! What are you talking about? Anyhow. Yeah. Oh yeah, always at my day job when Danny is doing art streams. Oh, sorry, Casey. We'll be doing more of those, though. I've learned some of the basics of Blender. When I'm off stream now, I can kind of fiddle around with it, watch some tutorials online, learn the different tools. But we're off to a good start with Blender. I'm really, really excited about that. Yeah. And Darius Majewski says, I wish I would have heard that when I was young and trying to figure out what I wanted to go to college for. My ideas of Egyptology, volcanology, or paleontology all felt like too much school because everyone told me I had to have a doctorate to actually do anything in those fields. Sometimes it's exactly the opposite. Sometimes spending too much time on coursework can be a detriment to your career in a field like this. In paleontology, there are so many ways to get involved that don't require a doctorate degree, or a master's degree, or a bachelor's degree, or even a high school diploma in some cases. Some of the most important discoveries that have been made in dinosaur science in particular, have been made by people who don't have those qualifications. And frankly, some of the best paleontologists in the world are people who don't have a traditional academic background. People like my old boss, like Jack Horner.
Glue is cheap.
So then,
here we go. Jack is severely dyslexic. And, kind of didn't graduate high school, sort of. He did, officially. But, here, I'll let him explain this. Here he is giving a talk, at a meeting for people with dyslexia. He's talking about his life and his experiences and how, for him, having dyslexia put him in a different position than people around him and got him to think in new and interesting and novel ways, and that's kind of what made his career.
Later. All right. So, I'm just really curious as to why you're here. I mean, seriously, unless you're trying to get our secrets from us.
He's talking to the non-dyslexics in the audience.
Anyway, so I went on and did poorly and had lots of report cards that said lots of things about, like the other report card we were looking at. And I finally graduated from high school with a D-. And the teacher said to me, "This means that you have failed, but I never want to see you again." I was happy. That was good. So then I went to college. I went to the University of Montana. At that time, you could get in if you had a high school diploma. And I entered in 1964 and I flunked out in 1965. And upon flunking out, I was drafted and I went to the United States Marine Corps, which only drafted for 1 month in all of its time. So, I was not only dyslexic, but unlucky.
So, I've done a little bit of looking into this, and apparently the U.S. Marine Corps has had a draft multiple times throughout its history. So this is not the only time that that's happened, but it is normally an all-volunteer force. Like, when you think of the U.S. Marines, you don't think of conscript soldiers, you think of people who volunteered. But on very rare occasions, they have had a draft. Yeah.
Not only dyslexic, but unlucky. So
there you go, Salamander. Yeah, swindled. I mean, volunteered. We're talking about like people who aren't even legal adults in the U.S. who can volunteer for the U.S. military, but it's a discussion for another time.
So that was 1966, and then I came back, and then I went back to college, and according to my father, in 1973 I had flunked out of college 5 times and 7 times in 5 years, and I was 27 years old. I was married. I was a truck driver, and as far as my father was concerned, that was the end of my life. He wasn't even going to hire me to work in his gravel plant, which was okay. That was all right. But that's not really how I looked at it. I sort of had a different view of my life.
This is not me cropping this weird. This is just how the video looks here. So, this is not my fault.
When I was 8 years old, when he was trying to teach me algebra, I actually found my first dinosaur bone that year. And that was a pretty big occasion for me. And I went out, my mother would take me on drives and take me out to the sites. And so I would go out and collect dinosaur bones, even though I was failing all of my classes in school. And when I was 12 years old, I built an exhibit in our library, and it's still there.
This is in Shelby, Montana.
I would go to the library and read all the books, and not read them, but look at all the pictures, determine what I thought I had, and label all the fossils. And then, and I continued to do that through high school, and during when I graduated from high school, I won the science fair, and that was actually how I got to college. I was invited, and so I went in 1964, and I studied geology, zoology, anthropology, and botany. And I actually took all the courses that were offered in all 4 of those departments. I mean, when you flunk out every quarter, it doesn't really. So here's the key. Now this is worth telling your students.
This is some good advice here.
The key is that if you change your major after you've been kicked out, then those people in that department don't really know. And so I would change majors pretty constantly. But while I was there, I also learned how to. Don't look at the trousers. It was the 60s. So anyway, I learned how to put skeletons together, and it was pretty cool. So
here's the thing: is that Jack, during this journey, he's picking up all of these skills. He's learning all of these things, even if he's not getting the diploma. He's learning how to think scientifically. He's learning how to test hypotheses. He's learning how to do science in a rigorous way. Ultimately, that's what the classes are there for you to do, is for you to learn how to be a scientist. So don't get too hung up on the credentials and everything. Doing science is the point. in the process of getting those credentials are supposed to show, yeah, this person, hopefully they know how to do science. But just because somebody doesn't have the credentials doesn't mean that they don't know how to do science. In some cases, it means that they know how to do science better than the people who didn't, because they may have had other challenges in their lives. They may have been severely dyslexic, like Jack Horner. So it's really difficult to actually do that coursework. He's still learning the stuff, but he's not going to test well. He's not going to get good grades. There are people who are disadvantaged in other ways. You know, they might not be native speakers of that language. They may be economically disadvantaged. They can't afford to keep going to school. Shoot, I could relate to that, because I would have to, back when I was at Montana State, I would have to, take classes one semester and work a part-time job, and then take the next semester off from classes to work full-time to raise enough, build up enough money that I could go back to school the next semester and take half credits and work part-time and really draw things out, It's true for a lot of people. So don't get too hung up on the credentials.
I learned how to put skeletons together, and it was pretty cool. So I actually learned quite a bit. I also excavated my first dinosaur skeleton, and so from my perspective, in 1973, I had learned an awful lot about geology and zoology. I'd completed a scientific research project. I was married, and my outlook was pretty optimistic. And I was applying for work in museums. And
Shadow Wind Art says, do established paleontologists ever offer apprenticeships? If the best way to learn is by jumping in and doing, I would think that would be pretty beneficial. Yes. That's not that's not like an established official thing, an apprenticeship in paleontology. But I've been very, very lucky in my life that different paleontologists have kind of taken me under their wing and let me learn from them and work alongside them and everything. When I was in high school, this is how I got my real start in paleontology. I started volunteering at the University of California Museum of Paleontology, just down the road from me right now in Berkeley. I used to take the train there. So during the summers when I didn't have school, every weekday, take the train to the museum, hang out with the paleontologists. I worked under Pat Holroyd. Here's Pat right here. Here she is wearing a fake beard for her project. Yeah. Here's a picture of Pat. Let's see. There we go. So Pat was my mentor when I was in high school. And she's not a dinosaur person. She studies little mammals and turtles and kind of like bigger questions in evolution too. But Pat is a superb scientist, and she's very patient with like a dinosaur-obsessed high schooler at the time. I deeply, deeply grateful to Pat, deeply indebted to Dr. Patricia Holroyd. And then, yeah, it was kind of at her suggestion. In high school, I'm looking for a university to go to. I'm looking for a way to continue my career. Where do I go to pursue a career in paleontology? Pat said, I think you should go to Montana State. Go work for Jack Horner. She says they've got a really good program there. There's some ties between the museum in Berkeley and the Museum of the Rockies in Bozeman, Montana at the time. And so I did. Yeah, I applied, I got in. I was actually really lucky. I got into all the schools that I applied to. I couldn't apply to that many because it cost money and I didn't have a lot of money. But all the schools I applied to, it was like 5 or 6 I got into. And I chose Montana State. Museum of the Rockies. It's the reason why I went to Montana State is because of this museum. One of the best dinosaur museums in the world at the time. And there... I immediately started working in the paleontology lab at the museum. And I was looking to get involved in research and field work. And I was really lucky that that Denver Fowler took me under his wing. And he became my mentor for most of the time that I was in Montana. About that. And, well, here comes Denver. This is at the beginning of this month.
Yeah, sure. I'm Denver Fowler. I am the curator here on the dinosaur side of the museum, and I run the field work and basically organize the lab and collections, things like that as well, with some of my staff who'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're really excited about that. I told them we're going to get to meet Steve and see the work in the lab and everything, so very cool. One of the themes on today's broadcast is just going to be how this might not seem like a very large museum, but it punches well above its weight in terms of field work and research and outreach, and I really think, we're going to hit you over the head with that idea today. You're going to see it firsthand. So yeah, where do you think we should start? Should we start at the front of the museum, or? So anyway, Denver does really, really cool work on dinosaurs, and on just the stratigraphy of late Cretaceous of North America. Looking at all these different rocks, trying to line them up across different basins, trying to figure out how this landscape is changing, trying to make sense of what's going on in North America at the end of the Cretaceous period. So Denver's doing some really important work on that and running this museum and something drive the field forward. So anyway, those are my two really, really big influences. Denver here was Jack Horner's final graduate student, his final PhD student, before Jack ended up leaving Museum of the Rockies. So Denver took like 10 years to do his PhD, but it was incredibly comprehensive. And, yeah, really, really impressive. I think his thesis was like 1,000 pages long or something like that, maybe longer. Should I ask him? But anyhow, very important work for understanding the evolution of dinosaurs in the late Cretaceous of North America. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. That's how I was able to actually get involved in paleontology and become a paleontologist, is working under Pat and Denver. And that gave me all kinds of opportunities I wouldn't have otherwise had. Oscar Jr.'s, thank you for the 21 months of support. Really appreciate it. Paleontology is a small enough field that you've really got to carve out your own niche much of the time. It's been especially true for me in my career. Nowadays, this is how I make my living, is doing science outreach full-time. I'm tremendously lucky to be able to do this, and it's only because of the generosity and kindness of this community that I can do this, that I can make a living on here. Thank you, everybody. But, yeah. Jobs are few and far between in this field, and sometimes you gotta make your own job. That's what I've been able to do. And Rain Beastie says, I guess you find a paleontologist you like and email them, like, are you looking for unpaid interns for a summer or something? That's one way to do it, yeah. See if you can start volunteering in a museum, or if you can't afford to volunteer, because not everybody can. Some people have to make a living. See if you can get a job in the museum working in the gift shop, or working as a custodian, working the front desk, doing maintenance, whatever. Just being there in the museum, getting to know people, that could be your ticket, you know? Yeah. And Ignoch says, is there a possibility to do a master's or doctorate in paleontology as a non-consecutive course of study? As if I already have a master's degree in another subject? Ignoch, it depends on who your advisor is, yeah. So it's not like there's going to be a yes or no answer across the board. every program is going to be a little bit different. Yeah, some people do a master's degree before they do a PhD. Some people jump straight to a PhD. You know, they skip the master's degree. I know people who have skipped the bachelor's degree. They've gone straight from high school to PhD, basically. There may have been a 10 or 20 year hiatus there, but yeah. Ultimately, if you can do the work, do the work. And yeah, because ultimately that's what a degree is. It's just supposed to be proof on paper, like, hey, I'm capable of doing this work. Look at the work I've done in the past. But just because somebody doesn't have that degree doesn't mean that they're incapable of doing that work. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anywho. And thanks, Alexander Morrison. Hey, I'll see you around. Enjoy your dinner. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? Oh yeah, here, let's continue with Jack's journey here.
2 years later, I was hired to work as a technician at Princeton University.
And Chanel09, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, Jack got hired as a fossil preparator at Princeton in New Jersey.
Now, a technician, you know, I didn't have a degree, as you probably could tell. I had a high school diploma, and that was it. So anyway, I was hired by Princeton to clean fossils. And while I was there were signs around on the campus, and one of them said, "Would you rather go to a movie than read a book?" And some other weird questions, and I went and asked about it, and they told me that I was dyslexic. I assume everybody knows here it doesn't matter if somebody tells you that, right? I mean, you can't read any better. Anyway, so I thanked them, and I.
Marian, how you doing? Welcome, welcome.
So I started Princeton in 1975, and then in 1978, a friend of mine, Bob Makala, who's there in the picture, he and I found a nest of baby dinosaurs back in Montana when I was back there on vacation looking for stuff. And the baby dinosaurs, it was the first time people had actually seen evidence that dinosaurs cared for their young.
So this is pretty incredible that, well, you know what you're doing and you're doing the work in paleontology, you can get a lot done even without a degree. That's exactly what Jack did, and this turned into a career for him, as you'll see.
And so a year later, I published my first scientific paper in the journal Nature.
And that's a big deal. Nature is kind of one of those like tabloids. It's a very high-profile journal, very short format papers that are supposed to be really exciting, groundbreaking science. Whether they are or aren't is often, you know, kind of a matter of opinion. But this was really groundbreaking stuff that Jack published right then.
We found a lot of stuff. We found the largest concentration of dinosaur bones in the world.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Beehiving. I appreciate the kind words and the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Estimated at 115,000 skeletons. We obviously haven't dug them all up yet. But
thank you.
But I was at Princeton, and at that time, the museum in Montana, the Museum of the Rockies, where I work now, stopped by and said, you know, leave some. You're finding so many dinosaurs. Leave some here for us. And I said, I'll tell you what. I'll leave them all here if you just hire me. Because Princeton's very nice, but I don't know. When you're born and raised in Montana, New Jersey doesn't cut it, I can tell you. So they did. They hired me, and in 1982 I went back to Montana as the curator of paleontology. And now I didn't have a degree, so I couldn't do anything. I mean, I couldn't, I was the curator. I could actually curate fossils, basically put things away, but I was at a university where I really couldn't do much of anything else. But a funny thing happened. While we were working, we found the first dinosaur eggs in the Western Hemisphere. Now, and then, we went on to find quite a few eggs. And I don't know, there's something about dinosaur eggs. Maybe you can explain. We'll have a dyslexic conversation after this, all right? So, dinosaur eggs actually had been found in the 1800s. And so dinosaur eggs had been found in the 1800s. They'd been found in France. They'd been found and then in the 1920s, they were found in Mongolia, and some were found in China. And I've started finding these eggs in the 1980s, and I was the first person to find a dinosaur embryo. A little skeleton of a dinosaur inside the egg. Now, here's our dyslexic question. Dinosaur eggs were found in the 1800s. The first dinosaur embryo was found in 1983. What advantage did I have over everyone else in the world for all those years? I had a hammer. That's all there was. I had a hammer.
It was cheap.
For all of those years, people had... Now, see, this is the problem with reading.
He's got a point
is really overrated if you think about it.
Sometimes.
People had convinced one another that they shouldn't break eggs open because eggs are precious. And so no one ever broke an egg open. A dinosaur egg. I even went to museums and I said, "Can I just break one of your eggs open?" And they said, "No, you can't break your eggs because they're precious." And I said, it's just like having a present that you never open because it's so pretty. Seriously, no one had ever found a dinosaur embryo. So I've gone back now that people saw that I could break them open, and glue is cheap. You can just glue them back together. If there's nothing that you can see in my picture there, it's the thing's actually held together with a rubber band. After you break it, you just rubber band it back together again. Anyway, that's so then, I don't know, I published my first book that year and of course sent it to my English teacher.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to that if you want to watch the rest of it. Yeah. Hello, Mini Pie. Do you want some treats? Is that why you're here? Is that what you want? Is this a shakedown? Trying to get some more treats? Alright, I think we can make that happen. I think that's a request they can acquiesce to. Ooh. Ah, there we are. There we are. Yeah. Ooh, look at all those. There. Start off with these ones and see if you eat them. And, well. Hang on a second. Sorry, our alerts are a little bit borked right now, but, the Songery has just rated in with 62 viewers. Hello. And welcome to Paleontologizing. That's not the correct alert for,
The ponderous
there we go.
32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Starsky, thank you for that follow. Welcome, welcome. Brian W. Wag, thanks for the follow. What's up with our alerts?
14 feet high, 1,500 teeth.
They're not supposed to
Not a single cavity.
repeat like that. Jesse Bristol, thank you for the follow. Sinistar Shadows, thank you for following also. Welcome, welcome.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs? I won't get angry if you aren't.
Are you a fan of dinosaurs?
What?
Well, whether you're a fan or not, I talk about dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I discuss on this channel, what I walk you through, what I answer questions about. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, and I live stream it via satellite from Wyoming and Utah. Yeah, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Dinosaurs are what I work on. Jacants, thank you for gifting Hoagieman. I appreciate that, Jacants. Folksy Fox and Starsky, Songery.
Hey, a dinosaur!
Rolf Druid, thanks for the follow.
This is really not what paleontology is like.
Rusty Loops, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome.
Trachodon, 32.
Songery, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. What did you get up to? Tell me about it.
And not a single cavity.
Feeding your dogs right now. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this cat is supposed to be eating some treats that I put here for her, and she does not seem super interested. We'll see. Will she eat them? There we go. There you go, Mini Pie. Yeah. Good girl. Anywho, welcome everybody. I hope you had an excellent stream. I really appreciate the raid, Songery. Why don't I play a quick little welcome video for some of the new folks who are just joining us to help explain why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch, what this channel is all about, all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's call forth a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny. In fact, he's sneaking up behind me right now. See, he's over there. Minnie, no, you're looking in the wrong direction, Minnie. You're missing him. He's gonna sneak up on you. Anyway, thank you so much, Songery, for the raid. And Previously Recorded Danny, go ahead and take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Trurarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs, but I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online.
1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am.
Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny, and thank you even more to the Songery for that lovely raid. I really appreciate it. Great to have you here. Despite his best efforts, that video with previously recorded Danny is a little on the old side. There've been a, shall we say, a lot of new things on this channel since then, including a lot of field work. Here we go. Here's just an example of that. Yeah. I was talking with digging up dinosaurs live in the field.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. So good to see all of you here. I assume you can see and hear me right now. Thank you, Claire Burr. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Welcome back to the beautiful desert of eastern Utah. Welcome back to the earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation.
Yeah.
You see Snowart? Yeah, this... Oh, well.
Where's our... This is the setup here. Where did that go? Just Trying to show you the satellite dish and everything. We scooted right past that. This is how. Got a satellite dish here, solar generator. So we are off the grid, yet we've still got high-speed internet. It's a pretty sweet setup. I'm pretty lucky to have this. So thank you to everybody who's made that possible through your support, and it's a big deal. So digging up dinosaurs, it's not always a thrill-a-minute endeavor.
Then I came back with Don and Scott Madsen. You know, we're looking at the tooth area, and they go out prospecting.
But it's usually pretty interesting, I think.
Allosaur plate coming out.
People really like the fieldwork streams, and I'm really looking forward to doing more of those this next year. Those casts. Yeah. Hopefully it's not too much trouble to pick them up in price on the way here, because that would definitely help me out a lot. But it's not the end of the world if we have to ship them. Anywho. Smooth all the... Here I am making a quick little jacket here. I wouldn't even... Protect. I think this was a little phalanx. Little toe bone. Anywho. Yeah. At least one new species, genus of dinosaur. Probably two, actually. Karen Poole, who was joining us last summer, she's working on describing this.
There are always missing bones, missing parts.
Sometimes you've got to borrow some hips. Borrowed hips, thank you for the follow. Perfect alert. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Karen Poole, who is on our field crew this year, is working on describing that new iguanodont, or rather those new iguanodonts, plural. Find you an image from her talk. Where were we? SVP. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There's Karen right there, giving a presentation on new Cretaceous iguanodonts. There's me in that photo on her slide. This is me doing a live stream at the time. But, yeah, and there's some iguanodont mittens that she had knit. This happened to be on Halloween, so this is her costume. Iguanodont thumb spikes. She put these on during the talk. It was great. Anywho, she's working on getting these described. At least one, maybe two new species of iguanodont dinosaur that we've been digging up. We've got a lot of important, cool pieces that we'll be excavating this next year, provided we have funding, and I'll be streaming it. So stay tuned for that. That'll be in from mid-July through mid-August, basically. Yeah. Have I been to Drumheller? Not yet, Sinistar Shadows, but I've got friends who've worked there at the Tyrrell Museum. But I haven't been there myself yet. No. Not the Beast says, you know that scene in the third Jurassic Park where he blows into the Velociraptor model to make the Velociraptor noise? Yeah. Is that legit? We were just talking about this yesterday, but with other dinosaurs, duck-billed dinosaurs like Parasaurolophus. It's not legit for Velociraptor or other theropods like that. They don't really have like a preserved vocal apparatus in the skull, but duck-billed dinosaurs, like Parasaurolophus is your classic example. They've got that hollow crest that was essentially a resonating chamber. Air would go from the lungs, from the trachea, up through that hollow crest, and then out the nose, or vice versa, in order to make these low-frequency calls. So you can actually make a replica of this, like Dave Weishample did. Here, I'll show you a quick clip. We were talking about this yesterday extensively. We'll speed run that right now.
Parasaurolophus. This is not the right one, sorry. Parasaurolophus, here we go.
A million-year-old love song of the Parasaurolophus sounded like. He knew that when the animal exhaled, the air would shoot up the windpipe to the back of the crest into the throat and out the snout. Sample built himself a horn as long as the crest and taught himself to play it.
Well, this contraption that I've got in my hands here is, in fact, a model of the crest of Parasaurolophus.
It's the same length, too.
The right size and the right shape for
Animal's got a really long
built out of
crest.
PVC tubing. And the reason I built it was to get a better sense as to the kinds of sound that Parasaurolophus would have made. So why don't I play it for you?
This unique love song no doubt made the Parasaurolophus the diva of the dinosaurs. Using the trombones in their heads, they serenaded mates and repelled rivals. After all the singing, stomping, and headbutting was over, the dinosaurs...
Anyway. And Muhammad Nafe, hey, welcome back. It's good to see you here. Sorry for not showing up in previous streams because of the time difference. No worries. I'm glad you're here now. Yeah. It's 5:40 a.m. right now. Well, I hope your day is off to a good start. I hope you have fun things planned today. It's good to see you, Muhammad. Thanks for joining us. Also, if you have to go, I understand. But it's great to see you. Thanks for saying hello. You're serenaded there in the salamander, yeah. Anywho, there is a new PBS Eons video that just dropped earlier this week. I figure we might as well check that out before we jump into Thursday Birds Day later. So let's do that. Yeah, the video is entitled, Why Wasn't There a Second Age of Reptiles? Here we go.
The story of the rise of
So this is going to be about mammals. We are part of this group, mammals. Open up our tree of life here. There we go. For the new folks who might be kind of new to this concept, as scientists, the way that we classify living things is based on what they're actually related to. So when we're talking about mammals or reptiles, when we're talking about different species and how closely related they are, whatever, what we're talking about is not... It's not just like a thought experiment. It's not just like an analogy. We literally mean that different creatures are related to one another. In the same way that you're related to your siblings or your cousins. You and your siblings share a very recent common ancestor. You come from the same parents, or at least one of the same parents. Families are interesting like that. But, yeah. And so as a result, you share a ton of DNA in common between you. You share a little bit less DNA with your cousins. You're slightly more distantly related to your cousins. You had to go further back in time to get to your common ancestor. You've got the same grandparents as your cousins. And then second cousins, I think you share the same great-grandparents or whatever, but there's varying degrees of relatedness. It's the same for all life on Earth. As far as we know, all life on Earth shares a common ancestor close to 4 billion years ago. That's why all life on Earth has DNA. And we've got varying levels of similarity in that genetic code.
for instance, if we're gonna jump to us humans, good old Homo sapiens, we're over here. We share like 98% of our genome in common with chimps and bonobos. We shared a recent common ancestor with them only about 6 million years ago. A little bit further out, you get the gorillas. A little bit further out from them, you get orangutans. Even more distantly related are the other old world monkeys and apes, and so on and so forth. Primates, euarchontans, Eurocontoglires, Boroeutherians. You can go out further and further and further. You just get to mammals, and you can go out from there to all of life on Earth. But mammals are what we're going to be talking about here. Mammals are creatures that feed their young with milk. Generally, they're kind of fuzzy. Not all of them have fur or hair, but most of them do. Most of them are what we call warm-blooded. They generate their own body heat, but there are exceptions. Mammals are different from reptiles, the sauropsids. This includes lizards and snakes and turtles and birds. It includes birds because birds evolved from dinosaurs, which are a kind of sauropsid, a kind of reptile. So birds, strictly speaking, are a kind of reptile. But anyway, the video that we're about to watch is going to talk about this competition between these two groups. They both evolved from a common ancestor about 320 million years ago. They had a split very, very early on, and they're these two great dynasties, these two great lineages of life, these two great branches on the tree of life. And sometimes, during certain periods in Earth history, one group is dominant, and during other periods, the other group is dominant. They kind of go back and forth. Sometimes there's a mass extinction event, and one of the groups takes over for a while. And then there's another mass extinction event, and the other group takes over. It's an ongoing saga in the history of life on Earth, the competition between the mammals and the reptiles. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anywho. That's what this video is going to be about. I'm trying to give you some background information here. Let's take a look.
The story of the rise of mammals is one you may have heard before. 66 million years ago, an asteroid impact triggered the KPG mass extinction, wiping out the non-avian dinosaurs and ending the so-called Age of Reptiles. In the post-apocalyptic wasteland that followed, our small, furry mammalian ancestors and relatives emerged from the shadows and, well, the rest is natural history. As the planet began to recover, they rapidly diversified and replaced the dinosaurs as the dominant large land animals, ushering in the Age of Mammals that continues to this day, and led to you and I. But there's a mystery at the heart of this famous evolution.
That's also a little bit of an oversimplification, but yeah, but why did it happen that way? Even if it is a little oversimplified. Why did the mammals find success at the end of that? Why did the reptiles kind of take a back seat? Why did the mammals become the dominant terrestrial animals?
Evolutionary turning point. Why was it the mammals who triumphed? How did they manage to pull off such a stunning ecological coup in the wreckage of planet Earth? Why didn't the many other reptile species that did make it through become the planet's dominant megafauna instead, keeping us mammals confined to the ecological margins where we had been for so long? Why didn't this simply mark the start of a second age of reptiles after the first had been cut tragically short? Well, perhaps it might have, and even should have, if it wasn't for an unlikely ally that some scientists believe may have given ancient mammals a competitive edge at this pivotal once-in-an-era moment.
This is new information for me. I'm not familiar with this.
A global explosion of fungi.
Huh.
Sometimes it's tempting to see the story of life on our planet as an inevitable linear chain of events that was just destined to play out the way it did.
It was not. Shoot. The history of life on Earth is very contingent. There's like So many ways that it could have gone one direction.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Win528, thank you for the 18 months of support. I really appreciate that. Birds are dinosaurs, it's true. We'll be talking about that extensively as we get into Thursday Birds Day here in a little bit. But yeah. Yeah. Here.
Sometimes it's tempting to see the story of life on our planet as an inevitable linear chain of events that was just destined to play out the way it did.
Definitely not.
Mammals rose to become the dominant megafauna of planet Earth after the extinction event because, well, it was simply our turn and our reward for being smarter, scrappier, and more adaptable than our reptilian cousins. But as regular viewers of this show will know, evolution doesn't work like that.
Nope.
At all. Sometimes things happen the way they did for reasons that were far from inevitable and even downright bizarre. To uncover the factors at play, scientists often need to get a little creative when generating hypotheses, connecting dots that no one had previously thought to connect. And in the case of asking why mammals rose to ecological prominence after the KPG instead of the surviving reptiles, an especially strange idea has emerged in recent years. It's called the fungal infection mammalian selection hypothesis.
Yeah, this is news to me.
Or FIMS. And according to its proponents, it could be the solution to the mystery behind the age of mammals. So how exactly does the FIMS hypothesis work? How could fungi, of all things, have been the secret ingredient behind the last 66 million years of mammalian success? Well,
for one thing, we know that after that asteroid hit, like, not only did the majority of animal species on our planet go extinct, but the majority of plant species did too, I think. Remember we watched that clip a little while ago about Coral Bluffs? In Colorado? Let me find that for you. Going to the transcript here. And yeah.
Coral Bluffs, right after dinosaurs went extinct at 66 million years ago. Coral Bluffs preserves the first 1 million years of time after the extinction of the dinosaurs. So we are looking for things like mammals, turtles, crocodiles, birds, and plants, and trying to combine all that into the reconstruction of the environment.
Yeah.
One way scientists can reconstruct the plant community is by pulverizing rocks and looking at them under a microscope.
So we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. Paleontology, the study of pollen grains and stuff. Sometimes in a tiny sample of rock, you can get dozens or maybe even hundreds of little microscopic pollen grains. And by identifying those, you can know what kind of plants were around at the time. You don't have to find leaves or stems or roots or tree trunks to know what kinds of plants are around. All you got to do is find the pollen. And as long as you can identify it reliably, you can tell what the flora was like, what kind of plants existed at the time in that place.
The sediment contains thousands of fossilized spores and pollen.
Yep.
Right after the boundary, there's this explosion of fungal spores. The thing is that fungus grows on things that are dead, so most of the world must have been rotting.
Yep.
But then, above the fungus, signs of renewal.
Yeah, ferns, like we were talking about. But anyway, ferns aren't really relevant to what we're talking about now. It's the fungi. All these fungal spores. Fungus had a field day right after the impact, right after that asteroid hit, and everything and everybody is dead, practically. It's just fungus everywhere. Maybe that has something to do with our story here.
the story begins at the end of the world. When the asteroid hit, clouds of ash, dust, and soot were kicked into the atmosphere, blotting out the sun and causing an impact winter that lasted years or even decades. Photosynthesis basically shut down worldwide. plants withered away, and the food chains that relied on them collapsed like a house of cards. Any big megafauna from the age of reptiles that had been lucky enough to survive the immediate effects of the impact, like the shock waves, firestorms, and tsunamis, were then finished off by the ecological collapse that followed. Those medium and large-sized stragglers eventually died hungry, cold, confused, and in darkness. All in all, more than 75% of species went extinct.
It was a bad time to be an Earthling. Holy cow. Yeah. In some ways, it's kind of crazy that the extinction rate wasn't higher, you know? In fact, it might actually be higher than we realize in a lot of ways. Extinction rates of certain groups of animals, like birds and mammals, are around 90% at the time. Like birds and mammals both almost went completely extinct during the KPG, it seems. So yeah, a duck of Mirkwood. Yeah, that's 75%. Talking with some paleontologists who have studied this and thought about it, like 75% is a nice round number. It's probably higher than that globally for like species that we can count. I'm not talking about like bacteria and fungi, but like species that we can identify in the fossil record and see, do they make it through the boundary or do they disappear right then? It's like maybe 90% of species disappear right there. Could be as high as 90%. It's crazy.
Most likely including every land animal bigger than 25 kilograms. But a wasteland ain't so bad if you actually like your land full of waste. And one kingdom of life in particular has a notorious fondness for darkness, death, and decay. Fungi. Seeing as they don't photosynthesize and generally prefer dark and cool environments, an impact winter would have been a pretty fun time to be a fun guy. You knew we had to do that pun. Plus, being decomposers that feed on dead stuff, the aftermath of a mass extinction event was basically an all-you-can-eat buffet of dead plant and animal matter for fungi to feast on. While the impact winter was one of the worst times in history to be pretty much any other form of complex life, if you were a fungus, this was maybe the closest to paradise that the world had ever been. So, unsurprisingly perhaps, a rich layer of fungal spores abruptly appears in the fossil record at this time.
Like I showed
Literal, hard evidence of the fungal bloom in the wake of the extinction event. Now, we've known about the fungal spore spike at the KPG boundary for over 20 years, but it usually isn't seen as connected to one of the other notable changes in the fossil record that begin soon after the extinction event, like
the embiggening of the mammals.
The great radiation of mammals as they took over the medium and large-size animal niches that had previously been dominated by reptiles. The fungal spike and the dawn of the age of mammals have generally been thought of as simply two unrelated things that happened in the early Paleocene. But
were those surviving mammals eating the mushrooms and the other fungi? Is that what gave them the boost that they needed to get big? It's a really interesting idea. I've never thought about this before. But there's a certain plausibility to it for sure. Me not being an expert on Paleocene mammals, but I don't know anything about Paleocene mammals except that they're mostly small. They're just about to get big. Yeah, interesting.
But in 2005, an expert...
They got Mario power-ups? Oh yeah, Dr. Javasaurus, yeah. Yeah. That's, this is what the mammals did at the time. Yeah, basically, maybe. Huh.
In fungal immunology proposed that the fungal bloom could have been exactly what gave mammals the edge over reptiles at this critical time, changing the trajectory of life on land forever. Now, to be clear, the FIMS hypothesis is not yet widely accepted or even widely known within the scientific community.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because this is honestly the first that I'm hearing of it right now. Yeah, when did that paper come out? The one that she just listed right there? Let's look that up. Casadeval is the author's surname. There we go. It's from 2005? Wow. Huh. Okay. That paper's been around for a while. But there's a link right there for you, if you'd like to read it yourself. Huh. Interesting.
Exactly what gave mammals the edge over reptiles at this critical time, changing the trajectory of life on land forever. Now, to be clear, the FIMS hypothesis is not yet widely accepted or even widely known within the scientific community. You probably won't find mention of FIMS in any textbooks, but it is based on a few key facts and plausible, logical arguments. First off, there are reasons to think that reptiles should have coped better with and bounced back faster from the devastation of the KPG compared to mammals, because their energy requirements are much lower than mammals, meaning they need way less food to stay alive.
Ectothermic.
A pretty handy trait when food chains have collapsed. They also have more offspring on average than mammals do, so in theory, they can repopulate faster following an extinction event.
Killer Bees, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you here.
And their offspring require less parental care than mammals, who produce generally pretty helpless babies, for a while at least, which is not ideal when times are tough. The mammalian lifestyle is just so much more expensive and complicated than the reptilian one, so you'd think that they would have fared better during the apocalypse and seized ecological opportunities much faster in its wake. The fact that the total opposite actually happened is the first big hint.
Dinosaur! Gigantic dinosaurs attacking our boy!
A dinosaur?
What? What? Blash, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It's good to have you here.
In its wake. The fact that the total opposite actually happened is the first big hint that some other factor must have been at play. One that acted as a powerful filter that selected for mammals over reptiles. Enter the fungal bloom. See, we know from modern evidence that reptiles and amphibians who are cold-blooded are much more vulnerable to fungal infections than us mammals, as well as birds who are warm-blooded. Our body temperatures are simply too hot for most pathogenic fungi to cope with. It's the reason why there are actually relatively few fungal diseases that affect mammals compared with the many bacterial, viral, or parasitic diseases that threaten us. Far fewer, in fact, than the many fungal diseases that infect our cold-blooded cousins. And in most cases, the few fungal pathogens that do infect mammals are minor annoyances rather than life-threatening. Mammals were pretty much just as hot 66 million years ago, and reptiles just as cool, meaning the fungal bloom right after the KPG would have been a much worse time for them than it was for us. The air was suddenly filled with fungal spores, at least some of which would have been pathogenic, infecting reptiles and their eggs en masse, while leaving us mammals relatively unbothered. In fact, all those mushrooms sprouting up all over the place would have been a great new food source for mammals when little else was available. And while reptiles could have eaten mushrooms too, we know that when it's cold, they're less able to move around, reducing their foraging ability. They also struggle to digest at lower temperatures, neither of which are issues that mammals would have had to deal with. Put all these facts together, and suddenly the KPG aftermath, with its mushroom meadows and dense mists of spores, suddenly begins to look like a much better time for mammals than reptiles. If the fungal bloom offered even a modest survival advantage for us over them, then it becomes easier to imagine how those mammals were able to outcompete reptiles at this critical juncture. Mammals would have repopulated the world in greater numbers and had a great start over reptiles, as both groups scrambled to fill all the medium and large-sized animal niches that had been left open by the demise of the non-avian dinosaurs. And so, a second age of reptiles was averted, and the age of mammals began. Now, the FIMS hypothesis is hard to prove for sure, and scientists may never be able to. But it points to something that we do know for sure. Disease must have played a massive role in the story of life on Earth, just as it plays a massive role today. Seeing as it rarely leaves tangible evidence behind in the fossil record, though, we often overlook it when reconstructing events from deep time. While we struggle to know exactly what role disease played, the only definitely wrong answer is that it played no role, even though that tends to be the default assumption. And the FIMS hypothesis shows that big radical ideas about the history of our world don't just come from people digging through dirt and—
Oh, come on, PBS Eons, you're better than this. Don't show the, like, garbage nonsense stock footage. It's like a poorly sculpted dinosaur skull. You're better than this. Don't do that.
discovering new fossils and new data that no one had found before. Sometimes they come from digging through old papers and old discoveries, but making new connections that no one had made before. And if true, the FIMS hypothesis means that we don't just owe the evolutionary success of mammals to the innate resilience and ecological street smarts of our underdog ancient ancestors. Instead, we might have had a helping hand from a brief period of fungal paradise that kept our competition down, without which you and I would never have evolved. The prologue to the age of mammals may have in fact been an age of fungi.
Interesting stuff. Very interesting indeed. Here's a link to that video here from PBS Eons. Oh man, they do good stuff. Yeah, there you go. Duck of Markwood says, interesting. Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the FIMS hypothesis. It's a nice story. It sounds very plausible. I just wonder how you'd go about testing it, you know? Because that's the thing about science, is that as scientists, we're not in the business of telling stories. We're in the business of testing ideas, following the evidence where it leads, and coming up with hypotheses and coming up with experiments to try and figure out what's really going on. Something might sound like a really plausible story, but you got to find a way to try and disprove it. Try and falsify it. And if you come up with a bunch of different ways to try and falsify it, and every single one of those fails, if you fail to falsify it, it might be true. So how would you try and falsify the FIMS hypothesis? I guess, I don't know, it's tricky to try and devise a test for it, you know? I'm not totally sure.
Kind of funny, I mean, you know.
Jove, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I guess we would need to demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that there actually was a massive uptick in the amount of, you know, fungi doing their thing. It sounds like that's probably pretty well established. Got a big spike in fungal spores. We've got to make sure that the timing actually lines up with the KPG, which I think is probably a done deal. Maybe we could see, if you're trying to figure out whether those earliest Paleocene mammals were actually eating the fungi, what you could do is maybe run an experiment in a laboratory where you put some little primitive mammals, whatever your basal-most mammals that you can find. I don't know. My mind immediately jumps to, like, Sorex, like shrews. Put them in a cage with some mushrooms and see if they eat them. If they won't go near them, if they won't touch them, then that would be interesting. Maybe you could find, if you've got mammals from the earliest Paleocene, right after the impact, you've got well-preserved enough teeth, maybe you could run isotopic analysis on these teeth and see if there's some sort of a hint of fungivory in there, that they're eating fungi. Maybe you can actually look for direct evidence of them feeding on fungi. That might be a test worth doing. But yeah. Yeah. Huh. Isolated says, put a mouse and a lizard in a container with only fungi and see which one comes out on top. Sure. I don't know if that would pass the ethics tests, but isolated, yeah. 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 Doug of Mirkwood says, some of my peers say aliens created the Earth and maintained the mammals. What evidence do they have for that? Maybe it was interdimensional Christmas elves that created the Earth and maintained the mammals. I don't know. Yeah. Frustrating when people say stuff like that. Again, this is the difference between science and just coming up with stories, you know? Yeah. You can do a fossil count of those predators. Relevant geological layers. What predators do you mean, Armored Prayer? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Kettle Cook says, I wonder if there's evidence in bone histology for eating fungi, as there is when looking at bones of carnivores versus herbivores. Histology is not really the best tool for figuring out diet. Stuff like isotope analysis in teeth, or even in bones, can be much better for that kind of thing. Histology can tell you a lot about growth rates, level of maturity at death, stuff like that, but it's not going to tell you necessarily what an animal is eating, just whether or not it's eating and growing at a certain time. Yeah. What about fossilized poop? That's an idea there, Gravity. If you could find coprolites and be able to determine that they came from earliest Paleocene mammals. Yeah. If you find like a ton of fungal material inside of the coprolites, and you can demonstrate that it was digested rather than the fungus growing in the poop after the poop was pooped, then yeah, that's an intriguing idea. I like that. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And what's isotope analysis? Oh, Muhammad, here. Let's see if I can find you a video on this. But, here we go. This is going to be in the context of archaeology more than paleontology, but this might help explain the idea. So bioarchaeology. This is not going to be about fossils, but about more recent stuff.
So, my name is Michelle Alexander. I am a lecturer here at the University of York. I am a specialist in stable isotope analysis to understand the diet of people in the past.
Yeah.
When you're looking at isotopes that we use in terms of diet, they're stable. So when you eat something...
So they're not radioactive isotopes that decay at a known rate. These are not like the kinds of isotopes that we use to figure out how old a given rock is. These are the isotopes in, for instance, our teeth, that they're stable. They stay the same over time, which is why they're useful for this kind of analysis.
The signature of that food in terms of its isotopes is retained and stays the same once it reaches your body tissues. You are continuously renewing your bone. So when you eat something, that signature will stay for as long as it takes that bone to completely be replaced. And that usually takes about 10 or so years.
So this is kind of working on the principle that, like, you are what you eat, you know? There can be signatures left in your body from the stuff that you eat. There's clues as to what you're eating in your bones and in your teeth.
Teeth, on the other hand, are a little bit different. They form in sort of layers, if you like, all the way down to the bottom of the root. So if I look at this tooth root, what it will tell me is what someone's diet was like between the time that that tooth was forming. If we're looking at a first molar, that might be between sort of 0 years and sort of 10 years of life. What we're interested in is looking at the protein within bones. To do that, we need to dissolve away the hard part of the bone, so the mineral, and then we filter the protein to make sure that we get just the protein. We weigh it out into tiny tin capsules and we burn it in a mass spectrometer. The burning it just releases it as a gas to measure the isotope ratios. We look at carbon and we look at nitrogen. If you're plotting down here on the graph with a kind of low carbon and low nitrogen, then you're probably eating plant-based diet with some probably animal foods in there. High carbon, high nitrogen puts you over here where you're looking at seafood. If you are eating a bit of seafood and a bit of kind of land animal protein, you'd plot right in the middle. So what we wanted to understand was there a change in diet between childhood, and remember that comes from the tooth, and adulthood, which comes from the bone. All of the triangles plot quite close to their partner crosses. So what we're seeing is diet between childhood and adulthood at these sites in this Brighton area didn't change that much.
So this is the tool used for archaeology, for the study of human remains. But you could do similar things with fossils too. Often the data are a little bit more degraded and stuff. It's more difficult to do with fossils just because they're so much older. But yeah. I wonder if there'd be a unique signature left by like eating a ton of fungus. Whether that would show up in teeth or in bones, if you could do an isotopic analysis to see that. I don't know. But that would be a way to test that, to see if those mammals actually were eating fungi. But yeah. Yeah. Miss your mass spec, yeah, Dr. Chummins. It's a cool device. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Anyway. Muhammad Nafi says, so theoretically, if humans go extinct and a new civilization finds human fossils, could they find out about my heavily contaminated red 40 microplastics diet? Potentially, yeah. Yeah. It would be harder if your remains were fossils, Muhammad, because fossilization tends to alter the bones in different ways, the bones and teeth and stuff. If they found the bones, your bones or somebody's bones, before they've been fossilized, you can get a lot more information out of them that way. So like a future archaeologist, you know, might be able to study your diet if they were to find your bones in the same way that she is able to study the diets of people who lived a long time ago in England by looking at those teeth and those bones and running these tests on them. So yeah, I don't know if red dye 40 or microplastics show up that much in bones, but who knows? Maybe those archaeologists in the future will have new methodologies that we can't even dream of yet. Maybe they'll have more precise methods. Maybe they'll have mass spectrometers that are so much more sensitive or something. I don't know. That's the thing about science is we're always trying to progress. We're always trying to come up with new ways of testing ideas, new ways of gathering data, new ways of thinking about things. Nowadays in paleontology, we can find things out about extinct organisms that we'd never dream of doing just a few decades ago. Like when I was a kid, it was always assumed that we'll never know what colors any dinosaurs were. And now we've started to figure it out for dinosaurs like Sinosauropteryx, for instance. Extraordinarily well-preserved fossils with preserved feathers on them actually have color cells in there, so we can figure out that this animal...
In minutes, they were finding fossils.
Grimebag, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. We can figure out that this animal was kind of a reddish-orange color, had white stripes running up its tail. We can tell that by... In fact, you can almost just kind of see that looking at this. You can almost see the stripes on the tail. But yeah. When I was a kid, Nobody imagined this would ever be possible. Figure out the colors of an extinct dinosaur? Never thought we'd have been able to figure that out. But now, for a few dinosaur species, where we've got preserved skin or preserved feathers, we could run tests like this and we could start to figure it out. Which is really cool. Really, really cool. Yeah. But yeah. Did you paint the one you printed? Not yet, Ms. Art Rules, not yet. I actually just moved that today. I was doing some rearranging here in my office. But yeah. Now, GMO Paint says, remember how many fossils were destroyed during the fossil wars in the United States? Oh, you mean the Bone Wars? There were a few that were destroyed. There were a lot more that were, like, lost in transit. Yeah. Yeah. We'll be talking about the Bone Wars next month, because I think, was it Cope or Marsh died in March? Yeah, Cope died, it was April 12th, 1897. We'll do a stream then, I presume. Nathaniel Charles Marsh. He died in March. Okay, March 18th. We'll probably do a stream then. Yeah. Guys in the Bone Wars. We'll talk about that next month. But yeah. Bone Wars. So, here. Doug of Mirkwood, I'll just show you a really quick clip that'll kind of... There we go.
Every iconic dinosaur every kid grows up with. These guys went out and they found that stuff. The feud that fueled the foremost fossil hunt in history.
The Bone
began as
Wars.
friends. Then things unraveled in quite a spectacular way.
What followed was this
3-decade-long war. The notion that you could turn dinosaurs into scandal is pretty new.
Dinosaur Wars on American Experience.
So this is the big scientific feud between Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope. These two guys right here. Yeah, these were two rival paleontologists in the postbellum United States after the Civil War. And they sent all kinds of crews out to the western U.S. during the Wild West days, each trying to outdo each other, find more fossils, bigger fossils, more impressive fossils, each trying to name more fossil organisms. And in their haste, they ended up accidentally and sometimes intentionally destroying some fossils. But really what they did was more like taxonomic vandalism. Like, they each named so many new dinosaurs, new fossil mammals, new fossil reptiles. And they would each name the same creature, they'd give it a different name. And they would name the same animal multiple times because they would see these really subtle differences between skeletons and go, oh, it's a new species. You know, stuff like that. Girk, thank you.
It's the dinosaur man.
Thank you for the 3 months of support, Girk. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Girk says, remember to use your Prime subs, chat. Thank you, Girk, for using yours. I really appreciate it. That does make a big difference for me. It helps to make these broadcasts possible. Thank you. So anyway, these guys named way too many dinosaurs, fossil mammals, all kinds of other fossil organisms, and they just created a bunch of messes that we're still cleaning up to this very day. Because they didn't work slowly and carefully. They worked way too fast, made tons of mistakes, caused all kinds of problems. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Like Brontosaurus, Chimera. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yeah, Chima. The full story behind Brontosaurus is a little bit more complicated than that. But, yeah. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Anywho. With that... Oh, we've got a hype train incoming. Well, we'll see if, we'll see where this goes. Got about 3 minutes to try and get it started. Gmo Pink says, head of a Camarasaur on an Apatosaur? That's the popular retelling, but it's not... That's not the whole story. Here, I think we might even have... I may have saved a clip about that. Here we go. Yeah. So, Marsh discovered both Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Ms. Art Rules, for the 100 bits. He named both of them. They're probably the same animal, although some paleontologists nowadays think they found differences between them, so they might both be valid. But the head on Brontosaurus, that was like a later addition. I think this clip helps.
Jim is the latest in a long line of dinosaur hunters who have scoured these hills. The heyday for dinosaur hunting was 100 years ago. Expeditions headed west, financed by the great museums of the East. In just 20 years, 100 dinosaurs were found.
Lovely watercolors by Arthur Lakes, who made these paintings on site at the time.
Competition for these bones was fierce, and inevitably, mistakes occurred. One of the greatest collectors was Othniel Marsh, head of the Peabody Museum at Yale.
And he didn't really do much collecting himself, let's be honest. He had teams of workers under his hire who would actually go out and do the field work. Marsh himself rarely went out there.
In 1879, one of his expeditions uncovered the bones of the very first brontosaur. It was a remarkable specimen. All it lacked was a head. That did not deter Marsh. He stuck on one he'd found 400 miles away.
He didn't find it. One of his teams did, but yeah.
And that's the way all brontosaurs have appeared until now.
And he named it before he put the head on it, by the way. He didn't put the head on it and call it Brontosaurus. He named a headless specimen Brontosaurus. It's probably the same dinosaur as Apatosaurus, which he named first, which is why the name Apatosaurus is the one that we use most of the time. The first name to be published is the one that gets to stay. If one of the names has to be tossed out, you toss out the second name. The one that has priority, the one that was named first, that's the one that you keep. Later, when he wanted to put this on display in the museum, he added this skull to it. And so, for like popular depictions of Brontosaurus, there's a Camarasaurus-like head on the end of it. Here. Yeah.
Marsh had guessed, but he guessed wrong. So at museums like the Field Museum in Chicago, a series of face-saving operations are underway.
Face-saving, get
the
it?
Changes are necessary because these long-necked dinosaurs come in two quite different kinds. And while Brontosaur's body belongs to one group, its head belongs to the other.
So that's not quite a Camarasaurus skull, but it's kind of modeled after Camarasaurus. Camarasaurus skull is shorter than that, even more boxy than this. So this is like a sculpt that's based loosely on Camarasaurus, if that makes sense.
The controversy about how brontosaurs should look isn't new. It started in the 1920s, when this quite different head was found.
Yep.
The Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh sent out collectors to search for new dinosaurs. One of these expeditions found a brontosaur, and this time it had a head.
And there you go, Javasaurus, yeah.
The discovery delighted the expedition leader, Walter Holland, in the dark suit here. But an argument broke out when Henry Osborne...
Walter Holland? No, that's William J. Holland. Walter Holland.
The acknowledged expert on brontosaurs, told him the new head was wrong and should not be used. Holland wasn't convinced.
GMO Paint, thank you for subscribing. Holy cow. Welcome to the community.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Really appreciate that. Thank you, GMO Paint. enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads for as long as you stay subscribed. Enjoy knowing that you're helping support science outreach and literally helping support science here on Twitch. This is how I make my living, is doing these streams. This is how I fund my research and field work and travels and everything. So you're helping make that possible. Thank you for that, GMO Paint. And thank you, Hogan, for the 300 bits. Lovely. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Here, let's continue.
When he mounted the brontosaur in his museum, he left it without any head at all. After he retired, an old-style head was slipped quietly into place. Yet Holland was right after all, and Marsh's heads are beginning to disappear. Just 100 years after they were first discovered, brontosaurs are finally assuming their proper appearance. And if they seem to appreciate the joke, it's doubtful if their discoverer, Othniel Marsh, would have been quite so amused. Even today, guessing what dinosaurs were like is a hazardous business.
Anyway, good stuff. Doug of Mirkwood says, do you think the Bone Wars were a bigger impact than the Jurassic Park movie in the 90s? Oh, that's a good question. Yes, at the time, certainly. So, these big discoveries that were made by Cope and Marsh and their crews, those are what helped establish the idea of dinosaurs in popular culture. They're what helped establish the idea of dinosaurs in science. They also provided a tremendous amount of evidence for evolution early on. You know? People like Alfred Russel Wallace and Charles Darwin, their ideas about natural selection and evolution, they didn't have the most evidence at the time. They were working with modern animals, looking at similarities between them, looking at differences, stuff like that. But they didn't have, like, a record of evolution in the past. It was Cope and Marsh and other paleontologists in the latter part of the 19th century who actually brought forth that evidence of evolution. They found that in the rocks. And so that was hugely influential at the time.
Dinosaur. Transgender liberation now.
Nothing more variant. Thank you for the 13 months of support. I'm sorry, the what? The who? Nothing more. Thank you so much for the 13 months of support there. The what? The who? I didn't catch that. Thank you so much, Nothing More, for your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. It really does. Thank you, thank you. Solidarity. Thank you for your support. But yeah. Anywho, going back to that documentary there.
It's a great service.
Yeah.
1,000 specimens and a broad.
Here we go.
Despite their bitter feud, or perhaps because of it, Edward Cope and O.C. Marsh changed the face of American science.
Yep.
Cope left behind a vast body of scholarship, 13,000 specimens, and a broad view of prehistoric life. Marsh left an even bigger fossil collection, including dozens of iconic dinosaurs and some of the best evidence of evolution.
Yep.
Most American paleontological work descends from Cope and Marsh.
Yep. This is true in a direct, literal way. You talk to an American paleontologist and you ask them, are you descended from Marsh or from Cope? They will usually have an answer for you. So, like, the people that Cope and Marsh trained went on to become paleontologists, and then you can follow that lineage until the paleontologists of today. So, like, you can literally do this, where, yeah, academic family tree. Here we go. So looking at evolution. Come on. It's taking forever to load here. But my lineage, depending on how you trace it, could either go to Marsh or to Cope. Because I had mentors, teachers, like we were talking about earlier. I think if you go through like Denver Fowler and Jack Horner and Dave Varicchio, I think that takes you back to Cope. And I think if you go through Pat Holroyd, again, continuing on this idea of mentors, I think that takes you back to Marsh. Or maybe it's the other way around, I forget. Here. John R. Horner. Here we go. Here's Jack. Interesting. Here, let's try Ostrom. John Ostrom. Here we go. So John Ostrom right here. He can go back to Marsh and Cope. Through George Gaylord Simpson. You can go to Richard Swan Lull, and then up to Thomas Henry Huxley, and then to Darwin. Or you can go up through Charles Schutzer. Not familiar with this person. You get to Othniel Charles Marsh. Or if you go through Colbert. So I guess Ostrom studied under both Simpson and Colbert. Maybe a master's and PhD or something like that. But anyway, if you go through Colbert, it takes you back to Cope. Yeah. Here's Pat Holroyd, who is my mentor at Berkeley. And Pat goes back to Cope. There you go. So in a direct way, most paleontologists in the United States, at least, can trace their academic ancestry back to either Marsh or Cope or both.
Including dozens of iconic dinosaurs and some of the best evidence of evolution.
Most American paleontological work descends from Cope and Marsh.
Yep.
They really do lay an extraordinary foundation for the work that will go on in the 20th century.
Mm-hmm.
The fact these guys got there, took these things out of the ground and put them back where we can maintain them under these museum conditions, it's great service to all of us.
Yep. So, were the Bone Wars more influential than Jurassic Park? I'd say definitely yes.
Wandering around the web and finally found my way back here. Great to be here again.
Blue Red Metal, thank you for the 9 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Science is like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
Insomniac Jack, thank you for the follow, too. Welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Anyway, Blue Red Metal, it's great to have you back. Thank you for the Prime there. I really appreciate it. What was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, the Bone Wars certainly more influential than Jurassic Park. Not least of all because there would have never been Jurassic Park if it hadn't been for the Bone Wars. There might not have been American paleontology in the way that there was if it weren't for Cope and Marsh and this great feud that they had. Although I'm of the opinion that we'd be in a much better place if instead of feuding, they'd maybe work together. But they weren't like that. So they didn't. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Kettle Cook says it's cool that this site exists. Oh, the academic tree thing? Yeah. Why is this kind of lineage important to people? It's not important. It's just like kind of fun to think about. I don't know. It's neat to think about how close we are to the very foundations of this science. Like, it's not that long ago. It might be a century back in time or more, but if anything, it can be kind of humbling in the sense that, you know, like, what did somebody like Thomas Henry Huxley really know about this or that? You know, he lived at this earlier time when we knew next to nothing about, say, dinosaur phylogeny. And yet, here we are in the present. That's not that long afterward. In another century's time, people would be looking back at our time and going, wow, they didn't know anything. At least that's the hope. Maybe there won't be science in another century. Maybe there won't be human civilization. Especially at the way things are going right now. Especially in this country. But no, I like to think that there will still be paleontology a century from now. And they'll look back at this time and they'll laugh at the ideas, some of the ideas that we had. They didn't know about this, they didn't know about that, they hadn't discovered these fossils yet that unlocked this mystery. They were so in the dark back then. In a lot of ways, we're still very close to... We're not far removed from the earliest times in these sciences, you know? Paleontology is still a fairly new science. Which might sound ironic. Paleontology, the study of ancient things, is a new discipline, but it is. It's a thoroughly modern science. And, yeah, it's fun to think about. Anyhow, yeah. And Mayor of Space says, do people trace their academic lineage even further back? Perhaps back to Linnaeus or earlier? There isn't really like a contiguous line. I mean, Linnaeus is not that long before Darwin, you know? It's like a generation earlier. Because like Cuvier came after Buffon, and Buffon was a contemporary of Linnaeus. And then Cuvier was a contemporary of Darwin, for a while at least. So yeah. Going back to Linnaeus is not that much further back. The birth of science in a modern sense was... At least in the way that, like, we can trace these lineages back. It's what? 1700s? Yeah. If we're talking about natural science, biological sciences, botany, zoology, evolutionary biology, kind of started with Darwin. But yeah. Anywho. Yeah. I guess it's prestige for some academics, says Kettle Cook? No. It's not like people brag about, oh, I'm a descendant of O.C. Marsh.
Dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Low Taper 420. Thank you for the follow, Low Taper. Appreciate you. If you're the sort of person who's going, oh, I'm descended from Darwin, like, people are gonna laugh in your face. It's not how it works. It's not a prestige thing. It's just like, oh wow, that's kind of cool, I guess. That's funny. I don't know. The way that this works too is, this is like a very rigid way of looking at it, where it's like, who was your academic advisor for your master's or your PhD? And so there are a lot of people for whom this doesn't really, like, work that well. Again, like Jack, like, you know, Jack Horner here. he didn't have like an academic advisor because his PhD is an honorary one from the University of Montana. So I don't know what, this is taking forever to load, I'm sorry. It's being so slow. So yeah, this doesn't really have Jack's descendants here either, his academic descendants. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Does this mean that if you took Fisher under your academic wing, we could really call him your son more legitimately? Because Casey, I would not be in a position to be Fisher's advisor. I'm not a mammal guy, and Fisher likes mammals. So I would... No. If I want to learn mammals, I could study under Fisher. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and good night to you, Dr. Javasaurus. Thanks for being here. Yeah. You would be Fisher's son. What a twist. That's Casey's Nord, yeah. Yeah. Oh, very funny, Hogan. Yeah. And Blue Red Metal says it's very interesting how an osteologist can look at something sticking out of the ground and determine that it's a bone. Or how can they tell whether a bone is human or non-human just by looking at it? Yeah, it's not that difficult, Blue Red Metal. If I were to take you out into the field, I could have you identifying bone in an afternoon. You know? It's not like you have to be an osteologist to do that. It's a skill that's not as arcane as you might think. It's a lot easier. Muhammad says, "Who's Fisher?" We joke that he's my son, but he's a friend of mine. I do field work with him during the summers. Here, let's find... There we go. Here's a stream I did with Fisher. Very cool. Should we take a look at some of these? Sure. Back in the stuff down. But Fisher, you've got like coal dust all over your face. I probably do too. Yeah, we got this layer of coal through here. It gets, yeah, pretty coaly.
Dirty work.
Yes, definitely.
So we've got a couple of different turtles here. So
here's Fisher. Yeah. Very nice.
Doing and then over here.
Some elements here. But we do have dinosaur bone right over there. Firsthand, what we do with it. We'll go settle down with Fisher over there. All right, so again, welcome everybody to Turtle Hill. And there's the Micro King himself, Fisher McDermott. Yeah. And we are hard at work finding some fossils here. So Fisher's been working in this upper layer. Do you want to explain any of that?
Yeah, so yesterday, if you were here for that, I showed off this fish bone called the Clythrum, just behind the gills. That's right underneath all of this loose sediment right now. So the main bone layer that's producing a lot of our really good microfossils is down here. And one of the big bones I found yesterday is going right underneath this big block of shale here. So to get down to that, I had to work through this upper layer throughout most of the morning. And in doing so, I found a lot of other really nice fossils that we have right behind us here.
Yeah, nice. Very cool. Should we take a look at some of these?
Sure.
Let me set this stuff down. But Fisher, you've got like coal dust all over your face. I probably do too. Yeah, we got. What kind of coal? Anthracite? I don't even know if it's that high quality, Hogan. It's just, yeah, like lowest quality coal. It's just really thinly layered and yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Turkish bakery and cafe in Emeryville. Oh, I've never been there. Nothing more. That sounds interesting. Huh. Cool. Yeah, I should check that out. I don't know if I've had Turkish food any time in the past decade. Probably not. Anyway, shoot, we need to get into Thursday Birds Day here. We're running late with that, so, and I've got to go pick up Ios from the train station in less than an hour. So, shoot, it's Thursday. Let's get into Thursday Birds Day here, shall we? Let's start it up.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's gray and Wednesday too. Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Thursday.
Thursday Birds Day.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday Birds Day is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday Birds Day?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday Birds Day is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday Birds Day!
Happy Thursday Birds Day indeed, everybody. Let's start taking a look at some of those bird photos submitted by members of the community into the Discord. Yeah, here we go. Our first one from PyroKitty's Tavern said, "Glad you enjoyed my great Argus pheasant. Sorry I wasn't in chat to comment." No worries. That's the same male great Argus they've had at Animal Kingdom for a while, and that I've shared before. His name is Alfred, and his mate's name is Frida. Nice. Here's another couple of pics from that same trip. This time, a pair of saddlebill storks. The male is searching for nesting material while the female is sitting in the nest. Oh, very nice. You can see why this is called a saddlebill stork. It's got this bill that's... It's got a saddle on the top, almost. Yeah. You could almost picture a jockey sitting on it if this bird were 40 feet tall. So yeah, excellent. And there's the female sitting in the nest. He's looking for more building material. Awesome. Very cool stuff, PyroKitty. Very cool stuff. Saddle, yeah, there we go. Saddle Bill. Oh, Lenina was here with these clever emoji. Good stuff. Good stuff. That is an awesome dinosaur. Yes, indeed. Kinda, yeah. Very cool. Alexander Morrison has got a great blue heron snatching either a bowfin. Oh, man. Bowfin were, that was what Fisher and I were digging up in that clip from earlier at Turtle Hill. That Clythrum belonged to a bowfin. So a great blue heron snatching either a bowfin fish or a small snakehead. Couldn't tell which one from the distance I shot the scene. Music by Brian A. Well, let's see here. Where's my stop music button? There we go, it worked. Here we are. Is that a snakehead or a bowfin? Looks like a bowfin to me. But I'm not as familiar with snakehead. Could be that, but I think it's probably a bowfin. It's almost kind of eel-like. Yeah, it looks like a small bowfin. Very cool. Gulp. Down the hatch. Dinosaurs, man. They love eating fishes. Good stuff. Very, very cool, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for posting. Bo. Fin. Boat fish. Sure. Good stuff. And Lenina says, grackles are so punk rock. Bird spikes for me? Thanks. I know it's just to keep them off the edges so they don't excrete all over the gas pump nozzles, but still. Yeah, it's, and again, this is visiting one of the most sacred locales in the nation state of Texas. Buc-ee's. But yeah, was this grackle taking the anti-bird spikes? 'Cause there's some birds that do that. Some birds are like, oh, anti-bird spikes? Let me take those and use them to build a nest. Yeah. Anti-bird spikes being used to build a nest. Gotta love birds. Anyway, that's really cool there, Lenina. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. And there you go, the Galapagos, which is, yeah, Carnotaurus. Pro-bird spikes, says Tetsaurus, yeah. Disco Fountain says, I recorded a pair of red-shouldered hawks across from my shop. Let's listen in. Nice. Very nice there, Disco Fountain. Very nice. Excellent. Oh, and we got a video too. Well, well, well. Yep. Red-shouldered hawks. So they really like hanging out in trees. They're comfortable around dense foliage, unlike red-tailed hawks, who prefer kind of more open environments. So if you see a big hawk that looks kind of like a red tail hanging out in a tree, in a forest, around a lot of branches, chances are it's probably a red-shouldered hawk and not a red tail. Very nice there, Disco Fountain. Very, very nice. Good stuff. Dinosaur Dave says, kook, hard K at both ends. The kookaburra eating some small bugs. If true groundwork at 6 a.m. Some small bugs. If to groundwork. Not sure I understand, but let's take a look. A kookaburra on the ground? It's unusual. It's finding stuff to eat, I guess. Yeah. Huh. Hope he's not injured. Interesting. Oh, off the ground at work. Gotcha. Wow. Interesting, Dinosaur Dave. Interesting. Yeah. Very cool. Asphalt. Parking lot. Gas station. Here we go.
Happy Thursday,
Some
birthday,
dinosaurs
Professor
developed
Mendoza.
protective armor
And thanks
to
again
guard
to Miss
themselves from
Capricorn
beasts
for my
like
sub gift.
Tyrannosaurus rex.
Thank you, Yogurt Garrel. I appreciate your ongoing support, and thank you, Miss Capri Kel, for that generosity there too. Yogurt Garrel, 45 months. That's brilliant. I hope you're having a great day. Happy Thursday, birthday to you too, Yogurt Garrel. By the way, if anybody would like to see some IRL birding streams, go follow Yogurt Garrel, because sometimes she does that up north, Great White Frozen North of Canada. Yogurt Garrel will go out on walks and live stream it, point out some of the local bird characters. It's a good time. Go follow Yogurt Garrel if that sounds cool to you. But yeah. Never call Mr. Cook a man at work. And the land down under. There you go, Salamander, yeah. Wait, is that Men at Work or is that Men Without Hats? Who had the song Land Down Under? I always get those two groups mixed up. They should have formed a super group. Men at Work Without Hats. Men at Work do Down Under. Okay, gotcha. Men Without Hats do the safety dance. Thank you, Claire Burr. Yeah. Nice. Both excellent songs. Yeah. That group would have been too powerful, obviously. Yeah. It would have had to get antitrust legislation written up. Yeah. They would have made the Beatles look like the Monkees. But yeah, good stuff. Dinosaur Dave, thanks for posting the kookaburra. Nice. Rushwing says, did anyone order the Pacific Gull loaf? Is that a Pacific Gull? Nice. Is that a species? It doesn't look like a ringbill. Very red, the distal end of the beak. Pacific Gull. Larus pacificus, maybe? Taking a stab at the name. Larus pacificus. Well, ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Oh. There's another bird there. Thank you, Ronnie the Zombie, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Larus pacificus. Pacific Gull. There it is there. Look at that. Like Salamander said, the lipstick. And look at that lipstick. There. It's a lovely photo. Nicely done. Very nicely done, Rushwing. Very nicely done. Excellent. Mayor of Space says, here's a vulture at the Detroit Zoo. It's quite a bit bigger than the nearby turkey vultures. Ooh, is this like a Cape vulture? Oh, man. Yeah, he's big.
Uncle William did game.
Yeah. They're like, okay, we'll get out of your way. You're much larger than we are.
Uncle William did game.
Nice. Very nice. He's big. Yeah. Yeah. Muhammad says, my grandpa, through my mom's side, puts out food for the pigeons. They have a little house, so they can roam around freely, too. But they are multiplying so fast that if the food finishes, and it isn't back in under 40 minutes, they start terrorizing my grandma's plants. Yeah, birds are... Once you start feeding them, you kind of have to keep doing it. I've got a bird feeder in the backyard with a camera on it, which is really cool. Maybe next Thursday Birds Day we'll look at some of our best bird appearances on that camera. But I moved the feeder recently so it's closer to some trees, and suddenly there's birds on it every couple minutes. Before, the birds were really skittish. They didn't want to hang out there for too long at all because it was out in the open. Didn't feel safe. But you put it next to some trees, suddenly there's birds all over it, and they're really starting to run through the food on there. Which is good. I've got a lot of bird food. A lot of black oil sunflower seeds, and I got soldier fly larvae too. But man, if I didn't have so much bird food to put in there, I'd be worried that they're going to run through it too fast. And then they'll be really upset when all the food's gone. But yeah. My grandma is soon to crack someday, says Mohammed. Well, hopefully it doesn't happen soon. Yeah. Does your feeder have a webcam? It does, XVR, yeah. Yeah. And what's funny is the birds we get in the backyard are completely different from the birds in the front yard. Extreme faunal endemism, you could call it. But yeah. And hey, Racodactylus, it's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Glad we were able to raid in last night. I wish I could have hung out for longer. But I had to go pick up Ios from the train station, which I'll have to do again in 40 minutes. So we gotta keep this moving. Geek Store's got, what kind of bird of prey is this? Yeah. Eating somebody there. I don't know who that is. Mystery bird. Mystery bird. And zoom in and enhance. Cooper's a red-shouldered hawk, says Yogurt Girl. I wonder. It's kind of speckly on the underside, almost like a juvenile or something. I don't think it's an ocelot, Clareburn. And it's not a peregrine. I would recognize that, Mayorspace. Maybe you're kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Plague Inc. I've never heard of it, Muhammad. No. Oh. Anywho, good stuff there. What mystery bird is this, Geek Store? But then we've got a cardinal. I know who that is. Yeah. A male northern cardinal. Nice. And it's a Cooper's, says Ms. Art Rules. Okay. Cooper's hawk? I don't know my coops very well. That makes sense. Cooper's hawk. Cool. Cool. And speaking of Ms. Art Rules, I think the gull caught a clam. Nice. Good for you, gull. Yeah, good stuff. Huh. Very nice. Well done. Let's give that gull a medal. And clam? Here's a clamp. That's close enough. C-clamp. Good stuff, Ms. Art Rules. Thanks for posting. Clams are fast, so that's nice you caught it, says Kenny. Yeah. Yeah, almost as fast as barnacles. Disco Fountain's got some crows that were hanging out. They're my bird of the day on the Merlin app. Very nice. I don't know what continent you're on, but if this is North America, this would be, would presumably be an American crow. Corvus brachyrhynchos, right? But it doesn't look like an American crow. This looks like some other kind of crow. It doesn't have that American crow kind of look to it. Very nice, Disco Fountain. Very nice. And holy cow, Loon 700, Pteroglossus inscriptus from Cuiabá, Brazil. Look at that crazy bird. Bird is wild. Is this related to the more well-known like species of toucan? Pteroglossus inscriptus. Let's look up this critter on our Tree of Life. Jump from our Pacific gull to the lettered aracari. Huh. Inscriptus, letter, makes sense. Honker on that one. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh no, yeah, for sure. Lettered aracari. Green aracari. Saffron toucanette. Or aracaris. So they are related to toucans, presumably. Yep. Chocolate toucan. Yeah. That is, that's wild there. Yeah. Very nice. I wish we had some Fruit Loops to offer. We can offer some fruit, though. Yeah. That's good enough. Yeah. Inside of Fruit Vibe, says Retchwing. Yeah, I know, right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. That's awesome. Wonderful, Loon. Thanks for posting. I think it's a hooded oriole, says Canyon Arrow Boy. Ooh, look at that. Hooded oriole. Let's look them up. Hooded oriole. Icterus. What a great genus name. Oh yeah, I can see that. Icterus cuculatus. They've got the same species name as the dodo, who's Rhaphis cuculatus. That's a coincidence. They're not related. But sometimes you get the same species name. Like there's multiple dinosaurs with the species name Rex. It's not just Tyrannosaurus who has the species name Rex. You also have a far more terrifying dinosaur. Far more formidable. Nanosaurus. This little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. Nanosaurus Rex. Yeah. Anywho, very cool stuff, Canyon Arrow Boy. Yeah. Hooded oriole. They don't have like a hooded sweatshirt. A sweater, no. How about O for oriole. Thanks, Canyon Arrow Boy. Good stuff. Oh, and Balaniceps Rex, the shoebill. Yes, indeed. Charlie's Dragon, yeah. There you go, Mom. Why would you show that on stream? Yeah. Yeah. Since this is a long video, there's not only birds in it, some pinpoints. Cacklinsworth, thank you for posting. We've got bird highlights here. Here, let's open this up real briefly. It's really cool that you post these walks to YouTube so everybody can see. Here, let's jump to one of your bird highlights. Let's find the geeses. Canada geese at 7:32. I can hear the geese. Nice. Oh, and here's a bird here, maybe? Who are you? Who are you? Show yourself. You're a gull. Okay, cool. Stop, citizen. Identify yourself. And there's some coots. Nice. Are these Eurasian coots? Presumably they're not American coots in the Netherlands. Yeah, good stuff. Wow, 3 bird species. And that short little spurt. Jacqueline, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Sound. Walk. Nice. A clapper rail. Are these the super rare endangered ones that we have here in California in Neverwinter? Clapper rail. If so, clapper rail. Clap. I like that. Train. Rail. There we go. Oh, they're pretty common. Okay. What's the one that I'm thinking of? There's an extremely rare endangered rail species that we have here in the San Francisco Bay Area. What are they called? Endangered rail in California. California clapper rail. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Or Ridgeway rail? No, that's not the one I was thinking of, but a search did come up with that too. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff, Neverwinter. Rails are so interesting. I think they're very primitive as far as birds go. They're like, yeah, gruiformes, cranes and rails. So they're very early diverging birds. Yeah, cranes and rails, the gruiformes. Yeah, they diverged like 70 million years ago. So this is one of those bird groups that existed before the extinction. So these guys' ancestors, well, the ancestors of all birds survived the KPG extinction. But these guys had already split off. They were already a group. I think, well, I guess the common ancestor of these guys lived during the Paleocene, or early Eocene, but anyway, I'm pretty sure that group actually split off before the KPG extinction, which is really cool. Yeah. And moorhens are also basically from the Mesozoic. There you go, Alexander Morrison, yeah. Yeah. They're part of that group, aren't they? Yeah, native hens, water hens, swamp hens. I think moorhens might be part of this group. Moorhen. Yep, there we go. They are are part of that group. The Gruiformes. Yeah, nice. Very nice. Anyway, good stuff, Neverwinter. Thanks for posting. P-Bounds has got a long-eared owl. This week in NorCal. Very nice. Look at those long ears. My goodness. Ruler. Here. Nice. Very nice. And Yogurt Garrow. Short video clip from my visit to Bird Kingdom. That sounds like a cool place. Very regal. An amazing golden pheasant native to the forests of China. Cool thing about them is they make their nests on the ground and surround it with plants or sticks. Looking at these brilliant feathers, you really do wonder how brightly colored their dinosaur ancestors actually could have been. That is extremely vibrant.
What a fancy
That's very
bird.
cool. Yogurt, that's great.
How is this real? How are all of these combinations of colors and patterns on one creature?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
It's even cooler when you realize that these birds look even more colorful to one another than they do to us. Because there would be iridescence and like stuff in the ultraviolet spectrum there that their eyes can pick up that ours can't. Because birds have got tetrachromatic vision. We mammals, we primates only have trichromatic vision. They can see colors that we can't even imagine. So this bird looks even more garish, more vibrant, more colorful to other birds than it does to us. Pretty neat to think about. Yeah. I love your enthusiasm in there, Edgar Carroll. That's wonderful. Yeah. Let's see. Wow. Whoa. I just saw it a second ago. Oh, there it is. Ah. Very cool. Good stuff, Yogurt Girl. Thanks for posting. And Nothing More Variant has got some geese. Yeah, look at them. Looks like they're on a mission. Yeah, some lovely gooters here in the East Bay. Nice. Yeah. Sidewalk. Yeah, they're walking. Nice. And Dr. Terra says, dinosaurs don't suck. It's true, yeah. They can't actually, like, do suction with their mouths. Maybe there's a few species that can, but it's not common. It's not the default. So they have to tilt their heads back when they drink water. So the water runs down their gullet due to gravity. Yeah, are these grackles? Or brewer's blackbirds? Or... I bet you they're grackles. Nice. Good stuff there, Dr. Terra. Good stuff. Salute. Yeah, nice. Duck of Mirkwood says, photo I took and screensaver. Nice. Duck of Mirkwood, look at that. This is Anas platyrenkos. Almond mallard. That's a male. The drake right there. Yeah. Very nice. That's cool that that's your background. It's a good picture. Yeah. Good stuff. And Nothing More has got 2 American coots, it looks like, or some kind of coot. These guys are related to the cranes and rails, right? American coot. Yep. Bingo. There we go. Yeah. So they're related to the moorhens. They are, again, part of this group, the Gruiformes. This early diverging bird group. Early diverging modern bird group. Yeah. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, nice. Blue-red metal's got a red-shouldered hawk. Well, well, well. I was filling bird feeders and the hawk was watching me. He's like, I know you're feeding those other birds, but that might in turn feed me. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, nice. That's a lovely photo, by the way. Look at how sharp that beak is, too. That pronounced curve there. These birds of prey are not messing around. Yeah. Lovely. Very cool. Murph says, when the Pogie Menhaden plant shut for the season, a lot of the birds went elsewhere. Today, the fish meal hopper was cleaned out. The busiest day at lunch in weeks. Nice. Good for them. Yeah. Getting what they can. Yeah. Factory there. Very nice, Murph. Lovely. It's cool to see, like, opportunism among birds like this. We've got multiple species there, too. There's, like, a black-headed gull. I don't know if it's actually called a black-headed gull, but it looks like it's got a black head. We've got another kind of gull, too. Very neat. Neilp has got a couple of brown pelicans getting a late breakfast, maybe before starting to migrate back north. Lovely. Brown pelicans. Good for them. Pelicans are, they're so much fun to watch. They're cool animals. Duck of Merkwood. Fam. Yeah, we've got a male and a female mallard there. Good for them. Seem like a happy couple. Nice. Nice. Muhammad Nafi says, how do birds know which bird is female and which bird is male? Sometimes you've got sexual dimorphism here, where the males and females look very different. Sometimes even if they look the same, the male will be larger, or maybe the female will be larger. Sometimes it might come down to, like, how their calls sound or something like that. But there's certain species where I wonder, like, how they actually tell who's male and who's female. And sometimes they don't seem to care. Sometimes you get, like, two male birds who couple up, or two female birds, and yeah, you get gay bird couples. It happens. It's actually not rare. But yeah. Yeah. Might be smell or something, says Charlie's Dragon? Could be. But most birds are not known for having a good sense of smell. Things like turkey vultures are an obvious exception, but most birds... smell is not their best sense. They've got much better senses of hearing and sight, especially. Yeah. Oh, and that's our last one? Well, very nice. Well. Thank you, everybody, for an excellent Thursday Birds Day. This timing is actually really good because it's not quite 6:30. I've got some time to get ready before I gotta go pick up Ios from the train station. So, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up today's stream.
That gives the history of life. It's
Darth Jacoby,
fortuitous.
Thank you for the 7 months of support.
We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you, Darth Jacoby, for your continued support. It means a lot to me. 7 months is a long time. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Don't go away just yet, everybody. We are, we're gonna raid into somebody else, hopefully doing some science on Twitch right now. And I might even end up streaming tomorrow. We'll see what's going on. But since we missed Monday's stream, because I wasn't feeling well, I might be doing a makeup stream tomorrow. Not in like the Ios and Lordy applying makeup on stream sense, but in the sense that we're making up for a lost stream. We might end up doing that. Our credits don't seem to be working today. What's up with that? That's really frustrating. First our alerts, and now our credits not working properly. Oh well, that's okay. Let's go ahead and go right into Constababble, who's doing some science communication talk right now. She is from Australia. And, yeah. Doing something called Soup and Science Communication. She's done a lot of, like, TV work, doing science outreach on Australian TV. And, she's awesome. If you've not yet seen Constababble, you're missing out. Let's go catch up with her right now. Everybody, thank you to everybody who's contributed to the success of this stream and all these streams. Thank you to the new followers. Thank you to the raiders. Thank you to the cheerers and the gifters and the subscribers. We've surpassed our sub goal for the week, which I'm very happy about. It's the first time we've done that in like a month or longer. So I'm grateful. Thank you for that support. We may or may not stream tomorrow, we'll see. But I hope all of you have a wonderful evening, morning, whatever time it is, wonderful weekend. I will see you when I see you. Take care, everybody. Let's go check in with Constababble. I'll see you there, first of all.